burn injuries. As we speak, forensic team is on the spot to carry out further investigation. Let's remind you, this is over the killings of 10 infants at Jhansi Medical College, where prima facie the cause of the fire was said to be a short circuit. Now the investigation team is at the spot. Authorities have so far identified 7 of the victims, while 39 children who were hospitalized in NICU ward at the time of the incident are still receiving treatment. 17 suffered burn injuries. Let's go across to Akil, who's joining us live. In fact, before we go across to Akil, who's going to give us more details into the forensic team's investigation, let's talk about what we know so far in the case. Several lapses have come to the fore in connection to the tragedy that claimed the lives of 10 infants. These include the absence of extinguishers and emergency exits. Republic investigation team found expired extinguishers from the hospital, and the children had to be rescued from a window due to the lack of an emergency exit. Let's go across to Akil now, who's joining us live. Akil, what details are you picking up from the forensic team's investigation so far?
Well, Kriti, if you see, there are multiple lapses on the part of the district administration and the city hospital administration as well, because here you can see we are just standing at the very spot where incident took place. Here you can see the area has been cordoned off, and from this very gate, initially the forensic team entered inside and the gate has been again locked. And here you can see the visual from this very point. So a 3-member team of forensic is still inside, and they are just collecting evidences. They have taken a kit inside, and a camera person was also there to record all the videos and visuals from inside. And apart from that, Kriti, the second thing I would like to highlight over here, here you can see the visual of these fire extinguishers. Here you can see this is such a big hospital, and in that big hospital there were lack of basic necessary items. Or if you talk about the fire extinguisher, we have just found very few. You can count them on fingers, those fire extinguishers. Here you can see here are some fire extinguishers which have already expired. I would like to request my VJ to move forward and show you the visual of these fire extinguishers. Here you can see initially basically it was audited on 10th of June 2024, and it's going to expire on 9th of June 2025. So the duration of this fire extinguisher is 1 year. It's the lifeline of this fire extinguisher is 1 year. And if you can see over here, I would like to request my VJ to move forward and show you the visual of this very fire extinguisher. This was manufactured in 2019. Here you can see this was also manufactured in 2019. Here you can see this was also manufactured in 2019, and here you can also see this was also manufactured in 2019. So these fire extinguishers have already expired long back, because right now we are living in 2024. So apart from that, the second thing which I would like to highlight over here, there's just one entrance. So there's just one entry and exit point over here. So it's a very if you say there's a lapse on the part of the administration as well, because the basic facility over here in this hospital is not adequate. Here you can see this is the attendant waiting room, and in that attendant waiting room, if you'll just go, there's no proper light, there's no proper arrangements. You can see these are the beds over here, and you won't even find blanket or bed sheets on these beds. So nothing is appropriate over here, nothing is properly functional inside this hospital. I would like to move forward and show you more visuals of this very hospital. Here you can see, if you I would like to request my VJ to move forward and show you the visual of how basically this hospital administration is trying to hide things from the media. Here you can see some of these fire extinguishers which are already expired were being used in this hospital. Here you can see this was of manufactured date 25 July 2019, and it was expired. Here it's completely written over here that it was expired on 24th of July 2020. So here you can see right now we are living 2024. So 4 years back these fire extinguishers were expired. So what these fire extinguishers were doing at that point in time when that incident took place, and in that tragic incident 10 infants have lost their life. So the hospital administration must need to answer these questions, that why there were not proper measures that was being taken care of in that regard. Kriti, back to you in the studio.
All right, Akhil, well, thanks for joining us and sharing those details. Let's also show our viewers the ground reports that some of our other colleagues have filed from the spot.
Now we are standing at Jhansi Medical College and Hospital, where that unfortunate incident took place in which 10 precious lives have been lost. Behind me you can see the visual of SNCU Navjat Shishu Gahan Chikitsa Kendra. So what has happened that last night around 10:30 p.m. that incident took place in which 10 infants have lost their lives, and right now the forensic team has arrived over here. The forensic team officials went inside, and there what we can see through our lenses that there were 3 officials who went inside, and they are recording some footages over there, and they also took their kit inside at that point in time. And right now the probe has already officially begun. Because if you see, the Chief Minister has given order in this regard that an inquiry must be done in this regard within 24 hours, which is going to be headed by the DIG and Commissioner. So once the report will come out within 24 hours that what actually transpired at that time, what actually led to the entire incident, then only things will be clearer, that whether it's a short circuit or whether there was a malified intention in this incident. So for that we'll have to wait and watch.
नहीं, क्राइम सीन को रिविजिट करना होता है, इम्पोर्टेंट प्रकरण है, तो इसलिए हम लोग बार बार क्राइम सीन को रिविजिट करते हैं। उसी कारण जो है क्राइम सीन को रिविजिट किया गया है।
मैम, परिजन अभी भी यहाँ पर बाहर बहुत सारे मौजूद हैं, परेशान हैं। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि उनको उनके बच्चों से मिलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, कोई जानकारी विशेष उन तक नहीं पहुंचाई जा रही है।
नहीं, इसमें मेडिकल बुलेटिन भी जारी हो चुका है, सबके नाम और जो बच्चों के नाम और पते हैं वो भी उनको बताए जा चुके हैं। यदि फिर भी उनको कोई समस्या है तो वो बिल्कुल संपर्क करें, हम लोग यहीं पे हैं, कल से यहीं पर हैं और उनकी समस्या का डिस्पोजल किया जाएगा।
जो रिपोर्ट सौंपनी थी शासन को, उसको लेकर कितना वक्त और लगेगा?
वो इसमें कमिश्नर साहब बेहतर बता सकते हैं, पर वो प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं रिपोर्ट और शीघ्र ही सौंपी।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है, कितने बच्चे इंजर्ड हैं, कितने बच्चे की स्थिति क्रिटिकल है, कितने बच्चे जो है उनकी डेथ हो चुकी है और कितने अभी यहाँ पर सामान्य रूप से यहाँ पर इमरजेंसी वार्ड में?
नहीं, 10 बच्चों की मृत्यु हो चुकी है और अभी जो बाकी बच्चे हैं वो घायल हैं और जो हैं अलग अलग हॉस्पिटल्स में इस समय एडमिट हैं। बहुत से लोग मेडिकल कॉलेज में सबसे ज्यादा बच्चे हैं और उसके बाद करीब 4 बच्चे वात्सल्य में, 3 बच्चे मातृत्व में, इस प्रकार से बच्चे एडमिट हैं। सभी की वेरिफिकेशन हो चुकी है और कुछ बच्चों की अभी वेरिफिकेशन नहीं हो पाई है, उनकी वेरिफिकेशन के प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं।
कौन देगा मेरा बच्चा? अब मेरा बच्चा कौन देगा? आप तो वही तेरा जवाब दे रहे। मेरा बच्चा चला, मेरा कहाँ के रहने वाले हो? कहाँ के रहने वाले हो? कब हुआ था बच्चा? कब हुआ? शनिवार दिन था, 8 बजे सवेरे बच्चा हुआ था हमारे बच्चे के आगे लगा दी ना, चल गए।
उत्तर प्रदेश के झांसी में 10 बच्चों की मौत हो चुकी। इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं उसी हॉस्पिटल में, आपको बता दें मेडिकल कॉलेज में ही, जहां पर बच्चों की मौत हुई है। भाई साहब, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आपने रात में कई बच्चों की जान भी बचाई और आप अपने बच्चे के बारे में आज भी पता कर रहे हैं, अभी भी पता कर रहे हैं, आपको पता नहीं लग पा रहा है। मैम, क्या स्थिति है?
पता नहीं चल रहा सर, हमारा बच्चा नहीं मिल रहा कोई।
लेकिन आप रात में यहाँ पर थे, आपने कई बच्चों की जान भी
तो बचाया, कई बच्चे बचा। देख लो सर, मेरे तो हाथ जले हुए हैं, मेरे तो बस जल गया और आँखें उसमें तो मुझे दिखाई भी नहीं दे रहा था, तब भी मैंने दूसरों के बच्चे
मंजर था रात में, आपने कैसे बच्चों को
बचाया? दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था आँखों पे, दिखाई नहीं था, सगले हर जगह आग लगी थी, धुआं धुआं छा रहा था, दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था, आंखों से भाग रहे थे हम लोग।
यहाँ पर जो फायर के इक्विपमेंट लगे हुए हैं वो हम देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से वो 2022 में एक्सपायर्ड है।
वो मिल ही नहीं रहे थे सर, वो तो मिल ही नहीं रहे थे, कोई इधर ढूंढ रहा था, वो तो कुछ काम ही नहीं कर रहे थे, बस लिए घूम रहे थे, ऐसे कर रहे थे।
कैसे जान बचाई थी बच्चों की?
बच्चों को सर मैं तो अंदर ही घुसा, अंदर बच्चे थे, लेके आए बाहर लेके जैसे गया, किसी ने जिसका बच्चा पाया वही उठा के लेके चला गया। अब उन लोगों ने भी ये भी सोचा कि हमारा बच्चा होगा, अब उनको भी पता नहीं हमारा है कि किसी और का, जो उसने पाया वही लेके चला गया। सर
तकरीबन कितने बच्चे थे?
कम से कम 50+ बच्चे होंगे सर।
आपका बच्चा अब तक मिल पाया?
मेरा बच्चा सर नहीं मिला, क्या उम्मीद लगाओ किसी से बच्चा मेरा मिलेगा या नहीं।
कहाँ से हैं आपने यहाँ पर क्यों एडमिट कराया?
मैं कबरई से हूँ, महोबा जिला का रहने वाला हूँ। इधर अपना मंगलवार को रात में बच्चे लेके आया था। वैसा क्या उम्मीद रखूँ बताओ, मैं खुद जलाओ। देखो डॉक्टर को विश्वास नहीं होता कि कैसे, मेरे तो सुबह हो गई।
आपने डॉक्टर से पूछा?
किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया।
तो क्या माना जाए कितने बच्चे अब तक मिसिंग हैं ऐसे?
मैसेज तो अभी सर बच्चे तो अभी काफ़ी ठीक है, जिंदा है काफ़ी, तो अभी पता नहीं कोई किसी हॉस्पिटल कोई कौन।
मिसिंग कितने हैं, कितने बच्चे ऐसे जिनके बारे में पता नहीं लग पा रहा है? जैसे आपका भी बच्चा एक है।
मेरा बच्चा काफ़ी लोग है सर, बच्चा जो नहीं मिल पा रहा है अभी।
तो आप लोगों ने क्या हॉस्पिटल से बात करी अभी किसी से?
जी हॉस्पिटल से अभी किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया सर, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया अभी। तो अब वही हम खुद ढूंढ रहे हैं अपने बच्चे पे, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया सर।
क्या स्थिति थी रात में? फायर ब्रिगेड कितनी देर में आई और कैसे आग पर काबू पाया गया?
सर लेट आई थी, रात में काफ़ी लेट आई थी, फिर अभी तक कोई कुछ मिला ही नहीं है।
बच्चे के बारे में कोई जानकारी मिल पाई?
नहीं सर, कोई जानकारी नहीं मिली है।
And it's time now for a very quick break, but stay tuned. Coming up after the break, politics peeking over alleged vote jihad. Devendra Fadnavis hits out at Mahavikas Aghadi. Stay tuned.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Encounter between security forces and Maoists in the Kankar-Narayanpur district border in Chhattisgarh. Stay tuned for more on this after the break.
everyone, welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 2:30 p.m. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Our top focus remains on what's happening in Manipur, where there is unrest. The protests have spilled to the streets in Imphal after 6 hostages were killed. We'll get you all that and much more on this edition. But before that, here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking. Babies killed after fire in a hospital in Uttar Pradesh's Jhansi. Grieving families demand answers after tragic loss of infants. Several lapses come to fore. Expired fire extinguisher, dysfunctional safety alarms among many. Complete shutdown announced in Imphal after killing of 6 hostages. Protesters hit the streets.
राजनीति में पोलराइजेशन के लिए इस स्तर पर जाना हमने इससे पहले नहीं देखा। कांग्रेस और उसके जो दल है ये हार की बौखलाहट के कारण इस प्रकार से समाज को, देश को तोड़ने वाले विचारों को आगे लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
Battle for Maharashtra heats up. Fadnavis declares it's a battle between vote jihad and dharma yudh.
मुसलमानों को अपील हो रही है कि आप वोट करिए और वोट करिए इंडी अलायंस के लिए। तो ये कहा जाएगा ऐसी क्या है मजबूरी? जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, महावसूली अघाड़ी की घुसपैठिए है जरूरी? ऐसी क्या है तुम्हारी मजबूरी?
Infiltration becomes the biggest talking point in Jharkhand and Maharashtra elections. BJP says Indi appeasing infiltrators. And Prime Minister Modi embarks on a visit, 3-nation visit from today, also to participate in G20 summit in Brazil. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in from Manipur in Imphal, where a complete shutdown has been announced by EMA's group of Manipur in Imphal Valley, with officials urging the public to return to their homes and prepare for protest. The unrest follows the recovery of 6 bodies of the hostages, including 2 children, from Barak River. 3 bodies were found last night and the remaining 3 were discovered this morning. In the latest, what we learned is that Chief Minister Biren Singh has called an emergency meeting of BJP MLAs and ministers at his residence. So that's the latest coming in from the state of Manipur, where unrest continues. The protest has now spilled to the streets of Imphal, where the women protesters are demanding answers from the government. They say that 6 hostages were taken by Kuki militants and they were killed. Bodies of them have been recovered yesterday and today as well. There are protests erupting in the state of Manipur. Imphal has been ordered for a complete shutdown. Anuruddha, my colleague, is joining me live from Imphal. Anuruddha, what's the situation on ground? Has the protest ended or is it still continuing? And what are the demands of the protesters?
Yes, protest continues across Imphal, Tanisha, and right now we are in Uripok, and here you can see picketers have blocked the roads. They have set tires on fire, set up less tires on the roads, and a complete shutdown is being enforced. These are the visuals coming in from Uripok, but not only in Uripok. Protests have been witnessed across the valley in several locations. We are also getting in inputs that from places like Koktruk, in the fringe areas, firing has also been reported. Protesters across the valley have been trying to enforce the complete shutdown, which has been announced by today afternoon. And ever since the shutdown was announced, the protesters are taking onto the streets, blocking the roads in several locations, in multiple places. Even the public has also gone to meet their representative, the MLAs and ministers, appealing the MLAs and ministers to clear their stand on the ongoing violence in the state of Manipur. We would like to also get in some views of the picketers here, but though they often decline to speak, we would like to go to some of the protesters who would like to speak. Here is a gentleman with us. भैया हम आपसे जानना चाहेंगे ये you can see these visuals, they are enforcing the shutdown and asking the public who are moving on the streets and going to various places to refrain from coming out. They have in fact returned many vehicles which were on their way to different places, but the picketers have blocked the road and they have asked them to go back to their respective homes or respective localities and make the shutdown a success. If we would like to speak to you, क्या कहेंगे ये जो बंद यहाँ पर जो इम्पोज किया गया है, आप लोगों की पहली जो मांग है वो क्या है अभी? मतलब
to tell you frankly, this is not a ban. It is the protest against the brutal killing of that 6 civilians. Yeah. So we were shocked to hear the news of that 3 children, one infant 8 months old, one is 2 years old, and the other is 8 years old. So for that only we are demanding the government to take actions against the cookie terrorists. And besides that, at present, AFSPA, Armed Forces Special Powers Act, is imposed in all the hill districts. Assam Rifles and other paramilitary forces, they are deployed there. Till now, the cookie terrorists, they are roaming freely in the hills. They are attacking the civilians, military settlements in the foothills. So these are the issues we need to know that.
So here was one of the protesters. He has clearly spoken out that they are anguished by the killing of the 6 innocent civilians in Jiribam by the militants, and that is the reason why they have imposed this shutdown as a protest against the brutal killing, and also for the imposition of Armed Forces Special Powers Act in the 6 valley police stations. Their stand is very clear that the Armed Forces Special Powers Act is already in place in the hills, but so far no action has been taken against the militants who are roaming freely in the hills. So what is the necessity to reimpose the AFSPA in the valley? These are the questions that are being raised by the protesters who have taken on the streets of Imphal since today morning. Tanisha.
Right. Anuruddha, keep speaking to us because the visuals there tell us how the situation is right now on the ground. It tells us about what intensity, the gravitas of the anger that is among the people. The incident, like you were saying, happened in Jiribam. What is the situation in Jiribam right now? And as we understand, Chief Minister Biren Singh has also called for a meeting in the evening. What is that meeting going to be all about?
Yes, ever since today morning when the protests started, from that point in time, we have seen how in various places across the valley, the public have went to call on their representatives. They visited the residence of the ministers, MLAs, several people went there. They had talked with the ministers and the MLAs, and after that, when the message was conveyed to the Chief Minister's office, at that time the Chief Minister has called a meeting of all the MLAs and ministers who are present in Imphal and also who are outside the city have been asked to come back and report and be present in the meeting. So all the present situation is likely to be discussed in the meeting which has been called today. And if we show you the visuals now, not only in this place but across the length of the road which is visible on the television screen, you can see at multiple places picketers have blocked the road. At multiple places tires have been set ablaze in order to enforce the complete shutdown which has been announced, and announcements are also being made on the loudspeakers for the people to come out and lodge their protest, and others have been appealed to go back to their respective localities and stage the protest. Tanisha.
Right, Aniruddha, thank you for sharing us those details. We'll keep coming back to you on the broadcast. That remains to be our top story, where the situation is extremely volatile in the state of Manipur. But for now, we move on and shift our focus to what's happening in Chhattisgarh, where 2 Jawans were injured in a fierce encounter between security forces and Maoists at Kankera Nayanpur district border in Chhattisgarh. The operation, which began at around 6 a.m. in the morning and continued till 11 a.m. today, involved around 1,439 security personnel, including 400 from Kankar police. During the clash, 5 Maoists were neutralized and some others were injured. The 2 injured Jawans were airlifted to Raipur and are receiving treatment at the hospital. We're getting in a reaction from DRG. Listen in to what he had to say.
मुठभेड़ के लिए हम लोग शाम को निकले थे।
क्या इनपुट मिला था आप लोगों को?
इनपुट तो मिला था कि
क्या इनपुट क्या मिला?
मतलब हम लोग सर के मतलब हमराह में गए थे, केवट सर की हमराह में।
कितने लोग गए थे आप लोग?
हम लोग टोटल ज्वाइंट ऑपरेशन था। टोटल हम लोग गए थे 1439 और हमारे जो कांकेर टीम थी 400 के आसपास।
कितने बजे मुठभेड़ शुरू हुआ?
मुठभेड़ सुबह फर्स्ट लाइट में सुबह 6 बजे से स्टार्ट हुआ, तो वही 11 बजे तक
अभी भी जारी है?
हाँ, अभी भी जारी है।
कितने नक्सली मारे गए हैं उसमें?
हाँ, उसमें से तो शायद 5 नक्सली मारे गए हैं।
और भी कुछ घायल होने की?
हाँ, और भी घायल होने की सूचना है अभी भी।
जवान कितने घायल हुए हैं? क्या नाम है?
2 जवान घायल हुए हैं, जिसमें एक जवान हीरामन यादव और एक गावड़ी सर है।
कहाँ गोली लगी?
हाँ, एक जवान के पैर में गोली लगी है, जंघा में, और एक के सिर में।
अभी क्या स्थिति है जवानों की?
अभी सेफ हैं, ठीक हैं।
Moving on to what's happening in Mao. In Mao in Uttar Pradesh is limping back to normal after a bike accident last evening turned into a full-blown clash between 2 groups. Stones were pelted, police officers and police vehicles were targeted. Here's how the situation looks in the aftermath.
Mao district in Uttar Pradesh remains tense with heavy police deployment in the aftermath of a violent clash. It all started after collision between 2 bikes led to an altercation which snowballed into an all-out clash.
वो इंडिकेटर नहीं जलाया था, वो तेजी में था, तेजी में टर्निंग में घुमाया और मैं तेज में आ रहा था। वो मुझसे बोला कि भाई इंडिकेटर चालू कर ले, इंडिकेटर क्या नहीं लगाया है, अब लेडीज बैठा है। तो फिर मैं बोला चल जा, तो बोल रहा है कि अरे मेरे बाप का रोड है, मैं कैसे भी चलाऊं। कुछ नहीं, वही वैसे वो गाली दिया सर, मैं भी गाली दे दिया, वो गाली दिया तो मैं भी दे दिया।
फिर कैसे छूट लगी?
सर वही झगड़ा हो गई, मार दिया, पता नहीं चाकू से मारा या चाबी से मारा, मैं ध्यान ही नहीं दे पाया। आके पूरा शीशा सब तोड़ ताड़ दिए।
Stones were pelted. Police vehicles were vandalized. The violence has left 2 police personnel, Circle Officer Dinesh Dutt Mishra and Station House Officer Rajkumar Singh, injured. Mao's ASP Mahesh Singh has urged residents to clear the roads. Further action will be based on filed complaints.
ये 2 बाइकों की टक्कर हुई थी उसी में विवाद हुआ। विवाद में दोनों पक्षों को कुछ चोट आई और उसके बाद दोनों पक्षों को पुलिस जो है वो भर्ती कराया CSC घोसी में, और वहाँ भी कुछ लोगों ने CSC पे पथराव किया। उसके बाद वहाँ से उनको हटाया गया तो कुछ लोग उनमें से कुछ लोगों ने आके घोसी में रोड पर जाम लगा दिया।
The injured are currently being treated at the hospital. While investigations into the case continue, the police has assured to take control of the situation and has appealed for calm in the aftermath.
It's time to slip into a short break, but don't go anywhere, because after the break we'll tell you how sheer negligence and laxity has killed 10 newborn babies in a hospital in UP's Jhansi.
Director, the taste of success.
E ono ngā pōti e whakahe. Kawana! Ka whakamanu whiriti a koe! Kamate!
The division that you are seeing was not caused by this bill. It's been built up over decades, during which New Zealanders have come to regard themselves as based on ancestry or one side of a partnership instead of New Zealanders. And what's worse...
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, shame!
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori. E ono ngā pōti e whakahe. Kawana!
And we have some breaking news coming in from pole-bound Maharashtra, where the battle for Maharashtra is only heating up, with the row peaks over the alleged vote jihad ahead of Maharashtra Assembly polls. In the latest, Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis has hit out at Mahavikas Aghadi, saying that the Congress and its allies are trying to bring forward such ideas to divide the society and country due to panic of electoral defeat. That's the big statement that's coming in from Devendra Fadnavis. Let's listen to what Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister had to say.
आज तो जिस प्रकार का वीडियो सामने आया है उसमें वो ये कह रहे हैं कि जिन्होंने लोकसभा के चुनाव में बीजेपी का समर्थन किया उनको ढूंढो और उनका दाना पानी बंद करो, उनको सोशल बायकॉट करो। आगे वो कहते हैं कि वोट जिहाद करो। हमारे वोट जिहाद के आला सिपा सलार ये शरद पवार जी है, उद्धव ठाकरे जी है, ये राहुल गांधी है, ये किस प्रकार की राजनीति चल रही है? राजनीति में पोलराइजेशन के लिए इस स्तर पर जाना हमने इससे पहले नहीं देखा। कांग्रेस और उसके जो दल है, ये हार की बौखलाहट के कारण इस प्रकार से समाज को, देश को तोड़ने वाले विचारों को आगे लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं।
The battle for Maharashtra is intensifying, and it's a clear war between vote jihad and dharma yudh. All eyes will be when Maharashtra goes to polls on the November 20. But for now, we move on and shift our focus to the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 5. It's time to slip into a short break right now. At least 7 people died and 2 people were injured in an accident that took place in Bijnor's Dharmapur area. The accident took place when a 3-wheeler was hit from behind by SUV at a high speed. Injured were transferred to the hospital.
देखिए, थाना धामपुर क्षेत्र में अर्ली मॉर्निंग ये इन्फॉर्मेशन प्राप्त हुई कि एक क्रेटा गाड़ी और एक ऑटो का जो है के बीच में टक्कर हुई है। जो क्रेटा वाहन थी वो किसी अन्य वाहन को ओवरटेक कर रही थी और सडनली लेन चेंज किया और स्पीड में जो है ऑटो को टक्कर मारी। ऑटो में जो है 7 व्यक्ति थे जो थाना धामपुर क्षेत्र के ही रहने वाले हैं और मुरादाबाद रेलवे स्टेशन से लौट रहे थे। उनमें से 6 व्यक्तियों की उसी समय मृत्यु हो गई थी और जो ऑटो ड्राइवर है उसकी उपचार के दौरान मृत्यु हो गई थी।
Another firing incident was reported in the national capital. 4 people arrived on 2 bikes at a petrol pump in Gokulpuri where they opened fire of 16 rounds of bullets. 1 person was injured and is now out of danger. The petrol pump owner Harish Chaudhary told police a possibility of old rivalry in village behind this firing incident. Delhi LG VK Saxena raised concerns about rising number of illegal immigrants in the national capital. He pointed out that their role in widespread encroachments on public places like roads, parks and footpaths. In a crackdown on illegal immigrants, the LG issued step to local and central authorities to resolve challenges posed by illegal immigration. He issued strict guidelines to central and local authorities to identify these immigrants. After Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath alleges vote jihad in Maharashtra, BJP's Kirit Somaiya shared a video of Muslim cleric Khalikur Rahman Sajid Nomani spreading vote jihad hate speech against the BJP. In the video, Maulana Sajid Nomani appealed for vote jihad to defeat BJP. Now, Kirit Somaiya filed a complaint against him with the Election Commission.
मौलाना खलीलुर रहमान सज्जाद नुमानी के विरुद्ध में हमने चुनाव आयोग में शिकायत की है। मौलाना नुमानी साहब मुस्लिमों के बीच में भाषण करते हैं, धार्मिक भावना भड़काते हैं। मौलाना वोट जिहाद के लिए भी अपील करते हैं। उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए मैंने चुनाव आयोग को विनती की है।
A 65-year-old woman died. At least 22 people were injured after a massive fire broke out in a residential building in Ahmedabad's Bhopal locality. The blaze erupted on 8th floor of a 21-story building. More than 200 people were evacuated from the building and taken to a safe spot. A cyber scam targeting West Bengal's Tornor Swapno scheme defrauded almost 2,000 students out of 16 lakh beneficiaries. The scheme provided rupees 10,000 to class 10 and 12 students. This led to 93 complaints and Kolkata police formed a special investigation team. So far, police has arrested 11 people in the connection to the case. The investigation revealed It's time to slip into a short break, but after the break, we'll tell you about how several lapses have come to fore in an incident that happened in UP's Jhansi, which killed 10 infants.
13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Live and Breaking at 3 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Our top focus continues on what's happening in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where 10 newborns have been killed after a fire broke out last night in the ICU unit. Several negligence have come to fore. We'll find out and tell you who is to be held accountable. But before that, here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour. Babies killed after fire in a hospital in UP's Jhansi. Grieving families demand answers after tragic loss of infants. Several lapses come to fore. Expired fire extinguisher, dysfunctional safety alarms among many. complete shutdown announced in Imphal after the killing of 6 hostages. Protesters hit the street. Sanatan Board demand escalates as Hindu seers stage Sanatan Dharma Sansad in the national capital.
मुसलमानों को अपील हो रही है कि आप वोट करिए और वोट करिए इंडिया अलायंस के लिए। तो ये कहा जाएगा ऐसी क्या है मजबूरी? जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, महावसूली अघाड़ी की घुसपैठिए है जरूरी? ऐसी क्या है तुम्हारी मजबूरी?
Infiltration becomes the biggest talking point in Jharkhand and Maharashtra elections. BJP says India appeasing infiltrators. And Prime Minister Modi embarks on a 3-nation visit from today, also to participate in G20 summit in Brazil. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in. The MHA has taken cognizance of the situation in Manipur and states the security forces have been directed to take necessary steps to restore order and peace in the state of Manipur. That's the big statement that's coming in from the Ministry of Home Affairs. Up there, they have taken cognizance of what's happening in Manipur. Remember, there is unrest on the streets of Manipur after 6 hostages that were held by Kuki militants. They were then found dead. Yesterday and today their bodies were recovered. Since then there has been protest on the streets of Imphal. I have Anirudh joining me live on the broadcast. Anirudh, finally the Ministry of Home Affairs has taken cognizance of the situation. What more details are you picking up?
Yes, MHA has taken cognizance of the situation. In fact, on 13th, the additional companies of the CRPF and the BSF were also deployed. And now we are getting to know, Tanisha, that the armed forces have been asked to take strict action against armed miscreants from both the communities who are conflicting, and the armed forces have been appealed to take necessary action in order to ensure safety of the property and civilians' life. Meanwhile, we are also getting to know that the MHA has, in an assurance to the people of Manipur, have assured that all necessary steps are being taken by the security forces and the MHA, and all the important cases, all the cases which are very much important and which are of seriousness have been already handed over to the NIA for investigation. This is what we have been picking up, and public have been appealed to not believe in the rumors and cooperate with the security forces. Right now I am in Sagolban, and here also you can see large number of protesters are grouping up. Large number of protesters can be seen, and also with beating in the polls, by making sound in the polls, public are appealing the protesters to come out to the streets. And here you can see a large number of protesters moving towards the residence of Manipur MLA Rajkumar Imo Singh. This group of protesters is moving towards the residence of Rajkumar Imo Singh. Here you can see these are live visuals from Sagolban, where we see a large number of protesters moving towards the residence of their local MLA. Since morning, many MLAs' houses were stormed by the protesters, asking them to clarify their stand and also asking them to immediately make a decisive action after the 6 hostages were killed by the armed miscreants in Jiribam. These are visuals from Imphal. Tanisha.
Right, Aniruddha. Thank you for sharing us all those updates. Situation remains extremely tense in the state of Manipur, with anger now spilling to the streets of Imphal. And the Chief Minister of Manipur, Biren Singh, is likely to hold a crucial meeting in the evening today. All eyes will be on that. For now, Aniruddha, thank you for joining us with all those details. We shift our focus to the other stories that's coming in from the world of politics, where Shiromani Akali Dal President Sukhbir Badal has submitted his resignation to the party's working committee, paving way for the election of a new president. That's the big breaking news coming in. In his statement, Sukhbir Singh Badal has thanked party leaders and workers for their confidence in his leadership and for their wholehearted support and cooperation throughout his tenure. He has tweeted, and I quote, The sad President Sukhbir Singh Badal submitted his resignation to the working committee. He has thanked all the party members for their support during his tenure, and that's the breaking news coming in from the world of politics. Remember, Shiromani Akali Dal President had been in power for quite some time now. What we do know is that he resigned on the basis saying that he is paving way for the election of a new president. So that's the latest coming in from the world of politics, where Shiromani Akali Dal President has resigned, saying that he's paving way for the new president-elect. He has thanked his party workers and members for supporting him during his tenure. And that's the big news in the world of politics that we're getting to you. But for now, we move on and shift our focus to what's happening in the state of Uttar Pradesh. Now we have breaking news that's coming in from Jhansi, where forensic teams have left the spot of the tragedy for further investigation in the aftermath of the devastating fire at Jhansi Hospital, which claimed the lives of 10 newborn babies. Authorities have identified 7 of the victims. A total of 39 children who were in the hospital in NICU ward at the time of the fire are still receiving treatment. What we do know is that 17 of them have suffered severe burn injuries. There you see on your screen, there are visuals from the spot. The fire that started at 10:45 p.m. last evening turned into a massive tragedy, after which 10 infants have died. Many of them are undergoing treatment at the hospital after they have served severe burn injuries. Akhil, my colleague, is joining me live from Jhansi. Akhil, what is the update in the case so far? Has any culprit been nabbed? What is the update on the investigation that is being carried out in the case?
Well, as per the order given by the UP Chief Minister, Mr. Yogi Adityanath, a probe panel has been formed which will inquire the entire investigation in the case. And member of that panel is Commissioner of Jhansi, and apart from that, DIG of Jhansi as well. Right now, I'm just standing at a mortuary center here. You can see at this point in time, basically a post-mortem of those deceased is being done at this mortuary center. So we have just spoken to the few officials of medical officials over here, and they are saying that out of 10 bodies, 7 bodies post-mortem have already been done. So three bodies post-mortem is still left. For that, it will take another 1.5 hours. So for that, we'll have to wait and watch. And apart from that, I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visual. So these are the parents, victims' parents, who are eagerly waiting to take the bodies of their kin. And apart from that, if you see on the part of investigation, few hours back, the forensic team have arrived over here, and they have recovered basically the key crucial evidence from the various spot, and then they left. So right now the investigation is on, but no FIR has been registered in connection with the case. And the second important thing is, which we would like to highlight, is that if you talk about the lapses on the part of the district administration, there are many. Because if you see the fire extinguishers which were being used at the district administration hospital was expired, because if you see the manufacture date of those fire extinguishers was in 2019, and then its breath period is of approximately 1 year, and it got expired in 2020, but still they were in use. So on that part, the district administration must need to answer those questions, that why those expired fire extinguishers were used in the hospital. So these are the concerns which which were being raised by the victims' family members as well. So apart from that, if you see, 17 infants are still undergoing treatment who have got burn injury in 2 different hospitals, apart from this very spot where we are standing at Lakshmi Bai Hospital. So they were shifted to 2 other hospitals as well. Yes, back to you.
Right, Akhil. Thank you for sharing us all those updates. The key question remains who's to be held accountable after 10 infants have lost their lives, because remember, what we're talking about here goes beyond politics. It was about negligence and laxity on the part of the authorities, after which 10 newborn babies have lost their lives. We have several reactions coming in from the eyewitness, from the families of the victim, and also from what authorities have to say. Listen in.
नहीं, क्राइम सीन को रिविजिट करना होता है, इम्पोर्टेंट प्रकरण है, तो इसलिए हम लोग बार बार क्राइम सीन को रिविजिट करते हैं। उसी कारण जो है क्राइम सीन को रिविजिट किया गया है।
मैम, परिजन अभी भी यहाँ पर बाहर बहुत सारे मौजूद हैं, परेशान हैं। वो ये कह रहे हैं कि उनको उनके बच्चों से मिलने नहीं दिया जा रहा है, कोई जानकारी विशेष उन तक नहीं पहुँचाई जा रही है।
नहीं, इसमें मेडिकल बुलेटिन भी जारी हो चुका है, सबके नाम और जो बच्चों के नाम और पते हैं वो भी उनको बताए जा चुके हैं। यदि फिर भी उनको कोई समस्या है तो वो बिल्कुल संपर्क करें। हम लोग यहीं पे हैं, कल से यहीं पर हैं और उनकी समस्या का डिस्पोजल किया जाएगा।
जो रिपोर्ट सौंपनी थी शासन को, उसको लेकर कितना वक्त और लगेगा?
वो इसमें कमिश्नर साहब बेहतर बता सकते हैं, पर वो प्रिपेयर कर रहे हैं रिपोर्ट और शीघ्र ही सौंपी।
मेरा आखिरी सवाल ये है, कितने बच्चे इंजर्ड हैं, कितने बच्चे की स्थिति क्रिटिकल है, कितने बच्चे जो है उनकी डेथ हो चुकी है और कितने अभी यहाँ पर सामान्य रूप से यहाँ पर इमरजेंसी वार्ड में?
नहीं, 10 बच्चों की मृत्यु हो चुकी है और अभी जो बाकी बच्चे हैं वो घायल हैं और जो हैं अलग अलग हॉस्पिटल्स में इस समय एडमिट हैं। बहुत से लोग मेडिकल कॉलेज में, सबसे ज्यादा बच्चे हैं, और उसके बाद करीब 4 बच्चे वात्सल्य में, 3 बच्चे मातृत्व में। इस प्रकार से बच्चे एडमिट हैं। सभी की वेरिफिकेशन हो चुकी है और कुछ बच्चों की अभी वेरिफिकेशन नहीं हो पाई है, उनकी वेरिफिकेशन के प्रयास किए जा रहे हैं।
कौन देगा मेरा बच्चा? अब मेरा बच्चा कौन देगा? आप तो तेरा जवाब दे रहे। मेरा बच्चा चला, मेरा कहाँ के रहने वाले हो? कहाँ के रहने वाले हो? कब हुआ था बच्चा? शनिवार दिन था, 8 बजे सवेरे बच्चा हुआ था हमारे बच्चे के आगे लगा दी ना, चल
उत्तर प्रदेश के झांसी में 10 बच्चों की मौत हो चुकी। इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं उसी हॉस्पिटल में, आपको बता दें मेडिकल कॉलेज में ही, जहां पर बच्चों की मौत हुई है। भाई साहब, आपसे जानना चाहेंगे, आपने रात में कई बच्चों की जान भी बचाई और आप अपने बच्चे के बारे में आज भी पता कर रहे हैं, अभी भी पता कर रहे हैं, आपको पता नहीं लग पा रहा है। मैम, क्या स्थिति है?
पता नहीं चल रहा सर, हमारा बच्चा नहीं मिल रहा कोई।
लेकिन आप रात में यहाँ पर थे, आपने कई बच्चों की जान भी
तो बचाया, कई बच्चे बचा। देख लो सर, मेरे तो हाथ जले हुए हैं, मेरे तो बस जल गया हुआ और आंखों में तो मुझे दिखाई भी नहीं दे रहा था, तब भी मैंने दूसरों के बच्चे बचाए।
मंजर था रात में, आपने कैसे बच्चों को बचाया?
दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था, आंखों पे दिखाई नहीं था, सगले हर जगह आग लगी थी, धुआं छा रहा था, दिखाई नहीं दे रहा था, आंखों से भाग रहे थे हम लोग।
यहाँ पर जो फायर के इक्विपमेंट लगे हुए हैं वो हम देख रहे हैं जिस तरह से वो 2022 में एक्सपायर्ड हैं।
वो मिल ही नहीं रहे थे सर, वो तो मिल ही नहीं रहे थे। कोई इधर ढूंढ रहा था, वो तो कुछ काम ही नहीं कर रहे थे, बस लिए घूम रहे थे, ऐसे कर रहे थे।
कैसे जान बचाई थी बच्चों की?
बच्चों को सर मैं तो अंदर ही घुसा, अंदर बच्चे थे, लेके आए बाहर लेके जैसे गया, किसी ने जिसका बच्चा पाया वही उठा के लेके चला गया। अब उन लोगों ने भी ये भी सोचा कि हमारा बच्चा होगा, अब उनको भी पता नहीं हमारा है कि किसी और का, जिसने पाया वही लेके चला गया। सर
तकरीबन कितने बच्चे थे?
कम से कम 50 प्लस बच्चे होंगे सर।
आपका बच्चा अब तक मिल पाया?
मेरा बच्चा सर नहीं मिला, क्या उम्मीद लगाओ किसी से बच्चा मेरा मिलेगा या नहीं।
कहाँ से हैं आपने यहाँ पर क्यों एडमिट कराया?
मैं कबरई से हूँ, महोबा जिला का रहने वाला हूँ। इधर अपना मंगलवार को रात में बच्चे लेके आया था। वैसा क्या उम्मीद रखूँ बताओ, मैं खुद जलाओ। देखो डॉक्टर को विश्वास नहीं होता कि कैसे, मेरे तो सुबह हो गई।
आपने डॉक्टर से पूछा?
किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया।
तो क्या माना जाए, कितने बच्चे अब तक मिसिंग हैं ऐसे?
मैसेज तो अभी सर, बच्चे तो अभी काफ़ी ठीक है, जिंदा है काफ़ी, तो अभी पता नहीं कोई किसी हॉस्पिटल कोई
मिसिंग कितने हैं, कितने बच्चे ऐसे जिनके बारे में पता नहीं लग पा रहा है? जैसे आपका भी बच्चा एक है।
मेरा बच्चा काफ़ी लोग है सर, बच्चे जो नहीं मिल पा रहा है अभी।
तो आप लोगों ने क्या हॉस्पिटल से बात करी अभी किसी से?
जी हॉस्पिटल से अभी किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया सर, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया अभी। तो वही हम खुद ढूंढ रहे हैं अपने बच्चे पे, किसी ने कुछ नहीं बताया सर।
क्या स्थिति रात में? फायर ब्रिगेड कितनी देर में आई और कैसे आग पर काबू पाया गया?
सर लेट आई थी, रात में काफ़ी लेट आई थी, फिर अभी तक कोई कुछ मिला ही नहीं है।
बच्चे के बारे में कोई जानकारी मिल पाई?
नहीं सर, कोई जानकारी नहीं मिली।
Let's see the other stories that we're tracking in Bharat in 2 minutes. Delhi LG VK Saxena raised concerns about rising number of illegal immigrants in the national capital. He pointed out their role in widespread encroachments on public spaces like roads, parks and footpaths. In a crackdown on illegal immigrants, the LG issued steps to local and central authorities to resolve challenges posed by illegal immigration. He issued strict guidelines to central and local authorities to identify these immigrants. In a major recovery, NCB seized 80 kg narcotic substances worth rupees 900 crores in Delhi. This confiscation comes right after NCB along with Gujarat ATS seized about 700 kg of drugs off the Gujarat coast. Home Minister Amit Shah applauded NCB for its back-to-back major breakthroughs against the illegal drug racket in a single day. A cyber crime targeting West Bengal's Turner Swapno scheme defrauded almost 2,000 students out of 16 lakh beneficiaries. The scheme provided rupees 10,000 to class 10th and 12th. This led to 93 complaints in Kolkata, and police formed a special investigation team. So far, police has arrested 11 people in the connection to the case. The investigation revealed involvement of cyber criminal gangs operating across multiple states including Maharashtra, Rajasthan and Jharkhand. Two teenage boys were killed after their car rammed into a stationary truck before hitting a divider. The video of the accident is widely being circulated on the social media. The 17-year-old died after he was hit by a truck on spot, while two others were injured and hospitalized. The incident sparked calls to curb underage driving on social media. Another fire incident was reported in the national capital. Another firing incident, was reported in the national capital. 4 people arrived on 2 bikes at a petrol pump in Govindpuri where they opened fire of 16 rounds of bullets. 1 person was injured and is now out of danger. The petrol pump owner Harish Chaudhary told police possibility of old rivalry in village behind this firing incident. Ladies and gentlemen, the call for a Sanatan Board is only growing louder. Now, the Sanatan Nyas Foundation is hosting the much anticipated Sanatan Dharma Sansad following the enthusiastic inauguration of the Sanatan Yatra. Foundation President Devkinandan Thakur has urged followers of Sanatan Dharma to come together and reaffirm their dedication to the faith. Now, that's the latest coming in from the national capital where the Dharma Sansad is currently underway. There you see Devkinandan Thakur, a spiritual guru who is leading this Dharma Sansad, is addressing the people. He is calling for a Sanatan Board, and this is not just against the demand of a Waqf board but also to protect several rights of Hindus. Remember, all of this also comes on the sidelines when Hindus are being targeted in Bangladesh, after targeted attempts of Hindus in Bangladesh, after calls of ban on ISKCON in Bangladesh. This is where the chorus of a Sanatan Board has come to fore. We have Gopi joining us live from the national capital. Gopi, I believe you're there on the spot where the Dharma Sansad is being held. Walk us through what's happening there.
Well, in fact, Tanisha, good afternoon to the viewers. We are standing right here where the Sanatan Dharma Sansad is happening while Shankaracharya Saraswati Ji Maharaj is also in the attendance. Just a short while back, Devkinandan Thakur Ji had addressed the gathering, raising 4 important demands against for the Sanatan Dharma Sansad. The first one primary being that there are 4 lakh temples in India and they are under the control of government body. While he has raised a question that 6 have Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee while Muslims have Waqf Board, why don't we have a Sanatan Board for Hindu temples? So this is one of the primary demand which has been raised by this particular Sansad at this Sansad. The second one being they are demanding the final verdict of Krishna Janmabhoomi. They want a huge humongous temple to be made of Krishna in Mathura, like what had happened in Ayodhya, where the Shri Ram Mandir temple was in fact is made. The third demand was there was a strong discussion about the Tirupati Prasadam, where animal fat was found in Prasadam, while they have raised call to just bring and punish the people who are involved in this Prasadam controversy, to in fact arrest the culprits of this controversy. While also the fourth demand which was raised was that Hindu girls should be encouraged to marry only within the Hindu family setup and not elsewhere, targeting the change in demography that we are seeing in various states of India, as well as commenting on love jihad. So these are the exact calls from the Sanatan Dharma Hindu Sabha, which is happening here in Delhi and which is going to go on till 23rd. Back to you, Tanisha.
Right, Gopi, keep speaking to us, because what we do understand right now is Devkinanda Thakur, spiritual guru, is right now addressing the media. He is pressing the demand for a dharma of a Sanatan board, and this is, like you were saying, this is not just against the Waqf board, but there are several other reasons. Number one, when it comes to the Tirupati adulteration Laddu case which we saw, talk us through what the demand of these seers are.
Well, in fact, Tanisha, as I've just said, I'll reiterate that these saints here, the saints present here on the stage, I would ask my cameraman to just show. We have Shankaracharya also in attendance. All of them are raising their voice against two important issues. One, they are strongly hurt, their sentiments are hurt after what had happened in Tirupati Prasadam, where animal fat was found, while they are still waiting for the Krishna Janmabhoomi verdict. So they are raising their voice. In fact, to look at the larger perspective, we know that they have been raising similar kind of demands for 4 lakh temples which are present in the whole of India, where they are again reiterating the fact that if Sikhs can have Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee, while other religions have their own committees, why don't we have a Sanatan Board for Hindu temples? Back to you.
Right, Gopi. Thank you for sharing us all those updates. Gopi, my colleague there, joining us live from the Dharm Sansad venue that is being held. We'll keep tracking all the live updates where the chorus for Sanatan Board is only growing louder. We'll get you all that update and much more right after a very short break.
Director, the taste of success.
The idol of goddess Lakshmi Bhuvaneshwari was vandalized by a miscreant in Bengaluru's Jeevan Bhima Nagar. CCTV footage from November 11th shows the accused entering the temple premises and defacing the idol. The incident occurred within the jurisdiction of Jeevan Bhima Nagar police station limits. The suspect was seen wearing a mask in the footage, making it difficult for the police to identify him and investigate further. The attack took place just 3 months after the idol was installed. An FIR has been filed in the case following complaints from devotees, while the police are actively searching for the accused. This is not the only case of Hindu idol vandalism. Similar such incidents have been reported from other parts of the country.
E ono ngā pōti e whakahe. Hawana! Whakakamanu whiriti a koe heu! Kamate, kamate!
With a very special man who has dedicated his life serving Bharat. An IAS officer, he's not just played a pivotal role in containing insurgency in Chhattisgarh, but has also been instrumental in the development of Jammu and Kashmir by boosting more than 2,000 infrastructural projects.
Well, as the CEO of Niti Aayog, he has represented India at the G20 meetings while focusing on the sustainable growth of the Indian economy and launched the Growth Hub initiative to develop urban areas in a planned way for India to become a $50 trillion economy by 2047. Please join me in welcoming a visionary leader who has dedicated his life to building a better Bharat, the CEO of Niti Aayog, Mr. BVR Subramaniam.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you, Republic TV, for inviting me. It's a nice feeling to be here. And it's fantastic actually hearing Arnab about his dreams, his aspirations. But not only the dream, but actually seeing a dream getting fulfilled. And I think there can't be a better setting than that to actually talk about the theme of the program, which is Vikasit Bharat. But Vikasit Bharat is also a dream. But just as this dream got fulfilled, if we work methodically, systematically, with ambition, drive, and consistency, even that dream can be fulfilled. I think that's important. And I think we need more dreamers in the country, because it is the dreamers who are going to take this country somewhere. It begins with the Prime Minister who dreamt of Viksit Bharat. He used that word about 2.5 years, 3 years ago. And since then, Viksit Bharat has actually entered common lingo. But then the question is, why are we talking about Vikasit Bharat? What is Vikasit Bharat? Why are we talking about it now? How is it relevant to us, to our lives, to our nation, and to us as individuals? We've just come off a fantastic year. I mean, 23-24, we grew at about 8% plus. India is one of the fastest growing large economies in the world. India contributes almost 1/5 to 1/6 of the incremental GDP in the world. We're the 5th largest economy in the world. We couldn't have dreamt of that long ago. Mark my words, this time next year when the next India Economic Summit is held, India will be the 4th largest economy. And 3 years down the road, by 27, we will be the 3rd largest economy. India's place on the global stage is undeniable. It cannot be pushed off anymore. This century, the coming century, the 21st century is India's century. We are at an interesting point in India's history. We are at a cusp in the growth trajectory of India. From a long period of very slow growth of a country riddled with poverty, we are now going to take our place in the Committee of Nations as a leading country in the world. Just step back and think, where were we in 1947? This is a country which was written off. People were not sure whether the country would hold as one nation down the road. I mean, we have had a neighbor who has not been able to hold itself with just 2 provinces. India has not only held itself, we were living an existence which was called ship to mouth. You know, we were waiting for PM 480 food grain to land at the ports in Mumbai or wherever to get the next food out of our PDS shops. That was the condition of India. Where are we now? The entire government structure was designed to handle what? Famines, relief, floods, drought. This was, the country riddled with poverty, and the primary function of government was to somehow manage to keep people alive in the middle of poverty. That was India of 1947. Where are we today? We had some reforms in 91 that unleashed the private sector, but we didn't do the reforms willingly. They were done very unwillingly because we were under serious pressure on our foreign exchange. We were in a trade crisis, and we were compelled to do a set of reforms that unleashed a lot of growth potential in the country. But take where we are today. Last 10 years have been phenomenal. What this country has demonstrated in the last 10 years is a couple of things. We can do things with speed, we can do things at scale, and we can do things innovatively. A complete transformation in the capacity of government and society and business to deliver things on a large scale. Republic TV is an example of that. Something which was floated is now actually got global ambitions to be one of the leaders in media world globally. I think India, as the 5th largest economy, needs to think like that. Do we have the attributes of a 5th largest economy? Not yet. We are 5th in terms of size. Do we have companies which are in the top 20 in the world? Do we have banks which are in the top 10 in the world? We have insurance companies, chartered accountancy firms, law firms, etc. Not yet. I think that's the kind of dream everybody should have. But the good thing is, last 10 years have been phenomenal in the way India has transformed itself. we have actually solved all the problems of the last 700 years. I say that the problems of the last century are over. What are the problems of the last century? Roti, kapda, makan. Get people food, get them something to do, get them shelter, get them some connectivity. I mean, something that has been achieved phenomenally in the last 10 years is get people basic services at their doorstep. We have 100% connectivity by road, we have connectivity by electricity, every house has electric supply. By middle of next year, we should have water supply in every household, everybody has a telephone, there is shelter for everybody, everybody is covered under some food safety net, healthcare is being provided to individuals. These were the things which actually bugged India for the last 75 years. These are no longer problems. We have also demonstrated our capability in a large number of things. Look at the capital expenditure that has been there. Look at the transformation of India's infrastructure. The speed with which India is building infrastructure is unprecedented. India is actually looking like a construction site, which it should be. Because a country which is aspirational and is growing fast will look like a construction site. And as we go along, you can see a lot of that transformation actually hitting you. We are also not just doing that. We are also doing things innovatively. Digital public infrastructure is literally an Indian invention. We have taken technology and actually democratized it and put it in public space. I mean, be it Aadhaar, be it UPI. I mean, UPI accounts for 45 to 50% of all electronic financial transactions in the world, just UPI alone. I mean, it's sometimes a shocking thing that you go to a street vendor, and the street vendor, a vegetable seller actually has a QR code in front of him or her. I mean, I actually was ashamed once when I went to a seaside, Mumfali wala in Visakhapatnam, and 10 rupees was what it was, and I pulled out a 100 rupee note, and the lady said, "Saab UPI nahi hai kya?" And then you recoil. There you are. They're actually more advanced. So the country has built a fabulous DPI infrastructure in the JAM Trinity, in the fintech space. But it's getting expanded into other areas, into agriculture, into the legal systems, into land records, across the board. And now we have got ONDC. The aim of ONDC is to democratize online e-commerce, to enable more and more people to get on board as suppliers, vendors, transporters, payment masters. So India has demonstrated its capability to do things. It's demonstrated its capability to do science and technology innovatively. We have landed on a difficult part of the moon which nobody has landed in. We have the cheapest mission that has gone to Mars. The science and technology in India is not jugaad. It's proper science and technology, but done efficiently, low cost, thinking innovatively. The first 3D printed rocket actually took off from IIT Chennai a couple of months ago. I mean, this is something unbelievable. It's the youth of India who are actually driving a lot of the change. They're the ones with dreams and aspirations. Having solved the problems of the last century, where are we today in 2024? We are at a very interesting point. We're the fifth largest economy, as I said. We are also a very, very widely spread economy. We are not a one-trick pony. We are not like Bangladesh, which lives on garments. We are not like a country which lives only on oil. We have an economy which is very diversified and covers the entire span of what an economy should. Agriculture, industry, services. India is as good as the best that come. Given that we have an economy which is diverse, given that we have another plus point in our favor, which is demography. India is not only the most populous country in the world, it's among the youngest countries in the world. Our median age is 29. The median age of China next door is 39. The median age of the United States is 38. Japan is pushing 50. Italy is pushing 50. By 2047, India's median age will still be less than what China is today. We will stabilize about 160 crores. Democracy is in our favor. We have got a lot of things in our favor. This is a country which is ready to take off. And that's what the Prime Minister has identified. And it's a mark of his ability to look deep into the future, pushing out the mists which normally cloud our vision, and talk about Vikasit Bharat. Why did he talk about it? He talked about it first in 2021 on the Independence Day from Red Fort. Because if you see what all we have around us, the entire systems that are there, having solved the problems of the last century, we are at a takeoff stage. So if you don't start thinking about the next step, we won't take the next step. It's like saying, I want to survive, I just want to have 2 meals a day. You have your 2 meals. What do you do next? How do I improve my meal? How do I live better? How do I go out and eat more? That is why he has forced people to think about Vikasit Bharat. What does Vikasit Bharat mean? Vikasit Bharat is a very interesting thing. Vikasit Bharat in a Western concept would mean a developed country. The World Bank has a definition for a developed economy. It is about $14,000 per annum per capita income. We, Niti Aayog, the entire government, working with the people of India, we have actually had inputs from more than 15 lakh people, have prepared a vision for Vikasit Bharat. How will that Vikasit Bharat look like? Vikasit Bharat will be an economy which will be about $30 trillion. That's bigger than the United States today. Just to remind you how big would that be. It's very difficult to add these zeros. It's bigger than what United States is today. I'm not saying United States will be static. It will grow. But 30 trillion is something is very difficult for most of us to imagine. It means that 90% of India, with 3.5 trillion or so now, is yet to be built. This India is still in the works, in the pipeline. $30 trillion, $18,000. How will this country look like? It will be very different. Lifestyles will be different. It will be very, very urbanized. 50 to 60% of population will be urban. People will travel differently. They will work differently. They will commute differently. We will have to prepare for that kind of a day, which is going to be there in the future. How will governance look like? I, as a civil servant, 35 years career behind me, was not trained to handle the problems of a middle-income India. We were trained to handle the problems of a low-income India. Most of us are experts in poverty-related issues. If that is a thing of the past, we need governance also to change. And I think that is why the Prime Minister started hitting at the word Vikasit Bharat. You need to improve the capacities of government. You need to have bureaucrats think differently, plan differently, recast governance. If you ask the government what are the biggest departments, it's agriculture, rural development. These are the big departments of government. If you look at the amount of money that goes in, the departments of the future are going to be quite different. Is it all also going to be run only by people inside government? Wrong. I mean, there is more talent. 90% of talent is outside government. How do we bring that talent to actually work in government? That is the India of the future. That is the Vikasit Bharat we are actually planning for, working for. There are a couple of questions. Why are we talking about it now? We understand. But are there other things in our favor? Yes, many things. That we have solved the problems of the last century is in our favor. That we have the 5th largest economy is in our favor. That we have demography in our favor is a good point. There are other things also. Geopolitics, by good fortune, is in our favor. There are our neighbors who are not the most popular countries around the world. The world wants India to succeed. China +1 is something which is bugging every major multinational. People are looking for options for buying stuff, getting their supply chains out. That is an opportunity which is going to be in India's favor. Both supply chain realignment as the general drift away from China. The drift is not only because of geopolitics, it's also because of demographics. China's own population is shrinking. By 2047, when India will be a 165 crore country, the population of China will actually be around 120 or 110 crores. End of this century, China will be less than 100 crores. So it's a country whose size will be shrinking, and we will be growing a bit larger, and then we'll stabilize about 160 crores. So given that, for lack of employees, lack of labor, people will move out of China. India has a huge opportunity. There's another opportunity staring at India, which is technological change. Two major things are happening. One is climate change. A lot of people talk about climate change as a threat. It's also an opportunity, because the way you travel will change. You'll move from IC engine to EVs. You'll consume less coal-based power. You'll consume more of, solar power. There'll be a technological change associated with climate change. Simultaneously, another technological change is happening, which is artificial intelligence and all the related stuff. AI is again seen as a threat. AI could be an opportunity. Given this entire sector is driven by humans, by people, it's all software. I mean, that's one of the best strengths we have. So both these disruptions, climate change and artificial intelligence, are going to work in India's favor for a very simple reason. They will equalize everybody. Technological disruptions remove the differences between countries and make them on the same footing, because everybody is at the same starting point. When the IC engine got invented, the steam engine becomes less relevant. When electricity gets invented, whatever was there before becomes irrelevant. So when these new disruptions are there, we are on the same footing. Think of a country, take the United States. It gets a lot of its power from coal plants. A lot of Europe gets a lot of power from gas plants and coal plants. They have to rewire their entire economies for a green economy. We are yet to build our economy. So we can actually build them green from day one. So we actually are at an advantage because we don't actually need to recast our existing industries. We will be building new industries. So these technological disruptions are in our favor. So if you count what are the things in our favor, our economy is in our favor, democracy is in our favor, geopolitics is in our favor, our own stature in the world, which the Prime Minister has raised. India is seen as a friend in the world. It's seen as a leader of the global South. Why did nobody think of getting Africa into the African Union, into the G20 till India became a president? Everybody saw that it's the largest continent in the world, a growing continent, but it didn't occur to anybody. Why so? It's a very interesting point, a thought process. It shows that the biases we were just hearing from Arnab a little while ago are there subliminally in everybody. Till somebody woke up and said, why can't you actually get them in? Nobody refused after that because it's undeniable. These things are in our favor. Technological change and disruption are in our favor. If we use all these things correctly, if we take advantage of all the things which are in our favor, in 25 years' time, we will actually be Vikasit Bharat. It's not that this is easy. We will have to keep growing at 9% or so for 25 years. Very few countries have done that. Very few countries have grown at 9% for 25 years. The United States to become a developed country took 100 years. We are trying to do it in 25 years. There are about 10 countries which have done it. South Korea has done it. Singapore has done it. There are examples. Chile has done it. But there are not more than 10. The World Bank did a study around 2010 or so. In 1960, the world had 101 middle-income countries. Only 10 of them became a developed country by 2000. It's difficult. But with determination, with a government which is steady, with one eye on the long term, which is reform-oriented, which doesn't take decisions in the short term but takes decisions in the long term, and which has dreams and aspirations, whoever it is, I think we can achieve this goal. India is destined to become Vikasit Bharat. The strength of this, we have a Telugu saying, Desamante matti kadoy, Desamante manushuloy. A country is not mud and dust, it is people. And I think the strength of India is people, and a government which captures the spirit of the people and pushes them forward, we can achieve it. I've just laid down a very general thing. Very detailed plans are there. And there's another thing that's happening which will actually help. It's not only at the national level that we are thinking of Viksit Bharat. We are thinking of Viksit Bharat at state levels also. And Viksit Bharat comes only from Viksit Rajya. So you need to have Viksit Raj. So for example, Niti Aayog is working with about 12 states, preparing visions for 12 states. And we've released one for Gujarat, Andhra is about to be released, Chhattisgarh, Orissa, Madhya Pradesh, you name it, across the country, Goa, Assam, the entire eastern region, Rajasthan, Punjab. We're working with everybody because everybody has to work in harmony, in tandem. Everybody has relative strengths. Everybody's aspirations will be slightly different and we'll have to work, strategize. But I think those plans are falling in place and I'm sure we'll be able to achieve that. Thank you very much.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
what is it that you see in the near future being completed, and something that is going to be very different than what we've seen in other countries which are struggling at this point in time, particularly in the aviation industry?
See, one thing we still have is the economies of scale. India is such a growing country and it has become very aspirational. So whatever momentum we have created in Indian aviation for the last 10 years, we want to continue it. The number of airports, what we are looking at 157 today, by 2047, the Viksit Bharat 2047, we want to create it up to 350 airports. We feel that there is a potential for India to have an airport at every 150 kilometer distance. So we can reach to 350 or more than that also. That is the planning that we are doing now. On top of that, we are encouraging the airlines also to buy more airplanes and bring them into the Indian fleet. And we have the highest number of orders for any airlines in the whole world.
Days after Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath alleged the existence of vote jihad, PAN card jihad and land jihad in Maharashtra,
महायुति गठबंधन महाराष्ट्र के अंदर चुनावी समर में आपके सामने है और दूसरी तरफ राष्ट्र की अस्मिता के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाले महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेन कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महाअनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है.
The BJP has escalated its attack, filing an official complaint against a Muslim cleric in Maharashtra, accusing him of spreading divisive agendas. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya took to platform X, alleging that the cleric openly called for a boycott of BJP supporters. Somaiya further accused the cleric of making brazen calls for vote jihad to rally against the Saffron party.
वो कहते हैं आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग बीजेपी को साथ दे रहे हैं, ऐसे मुसलमानों का सोशल बॉयकॉट करो, उनका हुक्का पानी बंद करो, ऐसे मुसलमानों के नाम घनश्याम दास करने चाहिए. मौलाना वोट जिहाद के लिए भी अपील करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए मैंने चुनाव आयोग को विनती की है.
The BJP did not stop there, slamming the Mahavikas Aghadi for indulging in what they call blatant appeasement and vote bank politics.
ये वही लोग हैं जो गेरुआ वस्त्र पहनने वाले लोगों को कहते हैं कि आप राजनीति में मत आओ, परंतु उनके लिए इस प्रकार की घोर सांप्रदायिकता और शरिया की बातें करने वाले मुस्लिम मौलवी सांप्रदायिक नहीं है, ये सेकुलर है. तो इसका मतलब साफ है कि कांग्रेस हिंदुओं को बांटना चाहती है और दूसरी ओर वो वोट जिहाद करवाना चाहती है.
Adding fuel to the fire, the Enforcement Directorate launched pan-India raids linked to the alleged vote jihad conspiracy, intensifying the political slugfest. This comes just days after Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis declared the BJP's mission a Dharma Yudh of votes, directly countering the MVA's alleged vote jihad.
Vote jihad यांना असं वाटतंय की आता लोकसभेमध्ये आम्ही हे करू शकलो, विधानसभेमध्ये देखील आम्ही आमचं सरकार निवडून
The narrative battle is getting fiercer by the day, with the BJP sharpening its attack against what they term a dangerous divisive agenda at play by the MVA.
Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching live and breaking at 4 p.m. Our top focus continues to remain on what's happening in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where 10 infants have lost their lives after sheer negligence from the authorities, where a fire broke out last night. It has led to the killing of 10 babies. We'll get you all that and much more on that. But before that, here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking. Babies killed after fire on a hospital in Uttar Pradesh's Jhansi. Grieving families demand answers after tragic loss of infants. Several lapses come to fore. Expired fire extinguisher, dysfunctional safety alarms among many. Complete shutdown announced in Imphal after the killing of 6 hostages. Protesters hit the street. Sanatan Board demand escalates as Hindu seers stage Sanatan Dharma Sansad in the national capital.
मुसलमानों को अपील हो रही है कि आप वोट करिए और वोट करिए इंडिया अलायंस के लिए। तो ये कहा जाएगा ऐसी क्या है मजबूरी? जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, महावसूली अघाड़ी की घुसपैठिए है जरूरी? ऐसी क्या है तुम्हारी मजबूरी?
Infiltration becomes the biggest talking point in Jharkhand and Maharashtra elections. BJP says Indy appeasing infiltrators. Prime Minister Modi embarks on a three-nation visit from today, also to participate in the G20 summit in Brazil. And we start this edition with breaking news coming in from the state of Manipur, where even as protests continue in Manipur over the killing of 6 hostages, mob have now attacked the residence of BJP MLA Rajkumar Imo, who is the son-in-law of Chief Minister Biren Singh. This comes as the Chief Minister is all set to hold a crucial meeting this evening at his residence amid the stir. Remember, the unrest follows the recovery of 6 bodies of hostages, including 2 children. So that's the latest coming in. Shots on your visuals on your screen of how the mob has attacked, has garrowed the BJP MLA's house. Remember, he is also to be known as the son-in-law of Chief Minister Biren Singh. Aniruddha, my colleague, is joining me live on the broadcast. Aniruddha, first there were protests in the streets of Imphal, and now what we learned is that the house of BJP MLA Rajkumar, I'm told, is attacked. What are the latest updates that you have on the case so far?
Yes, right now, in fact, I am outside the residence of BJP MLA and Manipur Chief Minister and Biren Singh's son-in-law, Rajkumar Imo, and his house was partially damaged by the irate mob as they stormed into his house. Luckily, the MLA was not at his residence at that point in time. Furnitures were also dragged outside and were set on fire. We are going to show you the visuals from inside the house as the magnitude of the damage that has been caused. Here you can see CCTV cameras that were installed outside the residence were also damaged. The tin in the boundary was also pulled off. The security outposts have been completely ransacked by the red mob. They also broke the window panes inside the residence, and several furnaces which were just outside the house at the approach or the veranda were also set on fire. They were piled up and set on fire. Extensive damage have been also caused to the roof here, as the plastic panes which were there were melted due to the heat. All the furnaces and the garden that was in the outside the residence was damaged, and luckily the mob couldn't go inside the residence, inside the house, as by the time the police came in and reinforcement came into the place, and they controlled the situation, brought the situation under control. Fire tenders also immediately rushed, and also people from the nearby area, the adjacent area, came in and they poured water and doused the fire that was set inside the house. Rajkumar Imo was not at the residence at the point in time when this attack took place. First, the irate mob was outside. They tried to storm into the house. They made multiple attempts at the gate of the residence, and thereafter they initially they took down this portion of the wall. The tins which were outside the residence were brought down, and extensive damage were caused in this particular area. This was the garage. There were no cars inside. But first they broke this tin seats, and then they stormed into the residence. You can see at the gate also there are several marks of kicks which were forced on the gate. This is the CCTV camera which was installed, which has been also taken down. Not only the residence of Rajkumar Imo has been targeted today. Since morning, protesters tried to storm into several residences. In some places they also had talks which the respective legislators legislators of their constituency. In fact, first the public tried to storm into the house of Sapam Ranjan minister, and he was there at that time, and he spoke to the people from his constituency and they went back. However, in two instances we are getting to know that independent MLA Nisikanta Sapam residents have been also targeted by the mob, and a portion of his residence was also vandalized by the mob. And here at the residence of Rajkumar Imo, there also the mob stormed into and they caused extensive damage to the properties that were outside the residence. Meanwhile, we are also getting to know that though houses of several MLAs have been storming, in only two instances as of now, vandalism has been reported. Studio.
Right. Anirudh, stay with us, because what I also want to know from you is the reason behind why the BJP MLA was attacked, because according to what we know, he is also to be he's also the son-in-law of Chief Minister Biren Singh, who's to hold a crucial meeting as his residence today, keeping in mind the unrest that's going on in Manipur. So is the anger that's spilling on the streets of Imphal and against the Chief Minister now going to other BJP MLAs as well? Because like you were earlier talking to the protesters, those were on the street, they were telling how they are enraged after the Prime Minister hasn't spoken a word about Manipur, after how the Chief Minister hasn't acted yet on the 6 hostages that were killed in Manipur. So what is the reason behind why this BJP MLA was attacked?
See, ever since the news of the 6 hostages being killed surfaced since last night, there were attempts of widespread protest across the Imphal Valley and in Jiribam also. And when the news got its confirmation today morning that all the 6 bodies have been recovered, all the 6 bodies of the hostages who were taken into custody by suspected armed Kuki militants on November 11 have been recovered from the Barak River. At that point in time, the public who were holding peaceful demonstration turned violent, and after that gradually they tried to storm into the residences of their local MLA to ask them to take a firm and decisive action, to form and decisive stand on the atrocities being meted out to innocent civilians. See, as far as the 6 hostages are concerned, there were also 3 children, including one 8-month-old child who was brutally murdered by the miscreants. And this is what has enraged the public the most, and that is the reason why now public has once again taken the law into their own hands and are trying to burst into the residences of the legislators. And here also you can see, as we report from this area, you can see mob gathering at different locations. The main road has been blocked by the public at many places. Blockades continue, and though there is a heavy presence of security personnel in all the parts of Manipur, in all the important and strategic locations, the mob who came in large number overpowered the police and the security personnel, and they burst into the residence of Rajkumar Imo Singh here in Sagolban, and similarly the residence of independent MLA Nisikanta was also stormed in and vandalized by the mob. Studio.
Right, Aniruddha. Thank you for joining us with all those details. We'll keep coming back to you on the top story, because the unrest is likely to intensify, with the protesters now taking it to the street, and not just that, even attacking the house of a BJP MLA. We'll keep you posted on all that's happening, with a crucial meeting likely to take place in the evening at the residence of Chief Minister Biren Singh. But for now, let's move on and shift our focus to what's happening in the state of Jharkhand. In the state of Jharkhand, remember a few days back, a Congress leader had announced subsidies to infiltrators. Now we have breaking news coming in, where we learned that days after he ordered LPG subsidy to infiltrators,
Congress leader Ghulam Ahmad Mir has defended his statement, alleging that it was misinterpreted. Speaking in the Yoga, he emphasized that the cylinders under government schemes will be provided only to those with proper identity cards issued by the central government. Mir Ahmed also dismissed BJP's claims about intruders, challenging them to present evidence instead of using the issue for electoral gains. So here you have a Congress leader who first promises incentives, then goes around to defend his statement, also taking a U-turn instead, saying that he was talking about all those people who fell actually onto the government schemes. And later on, in point of time, when Republic confronts him, he completely dismisses the case of infiltration in the state and calls it a fiction. Listen into that confrontation that my colleague Anoop has had with Congress leader Ghulam Ahmad Mir.
बयान बहुत तेजी से वायरल हुआ आपका, और उसके बाद विपक्ष आरोप लगा रहा है कि देखिए इन लोगों ने मान लिया कि हाँ घुसपैठ है।
नहीं, देखिए वो तोड़ मरोड़ कर जिस किसी ने भी पेश किया है, मगर बेसिकली पिछले 4-5 महीने से लगातार भाजपा के बड़े स्टलवार्ट्स ये घुसपैठिया की बात कर रहे हैं। तो लगातार हम लोगों ने 4 महीने से सवाल पूछा है कि आपको देश ने जिम्मेदारी दी है पिछले 11 साल से, और देश की सुरक्षा, देश के बॉर्डर्स की सुरक्षा और देश के सिटीजन्स की सुरक्षा आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। तो इसलिए अगर आपके नज़र में कोई ऐसा है देश के अंदर आए किसी भी भाग में, तो आपकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है उनको नंगा करो, उनको आइडेंटिफाई करो। अदरवाइज जिस तरह से आप ये म्यूज़िक चला रहे हो, तो इससे क्या है कि जो लोकल यहाँ के रहने वाले हैं वो हैरास फील कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए वो तो आज तक वो बता नहीं पाए, बल्कि अपने फेलियर्स, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के फेलियर्स खुद ही बता रहे, जो जिम्मेदारी ही नहीं स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की। तो उस पर सवाल करना, उस परपक्ष में वो बात आपको सामने आई थी, मगर वो सारा चीज़ उनने बताया नहीं कि जब हमने उन पर सवाल किया है कि ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है, आप खुद ही अपने फेलियर्स लोगों के सामने बता रहे हो। अगर आप इतने ही फेलियर है तो देन यू शुड रिजाइन।
सर, ये 450 रुपए जो सिलेंडर की आपने बात की, क्या टंग ट्विस्ट था?
ये तो आप उसको टंग ट्विस्ट कही या सिलेक्टिव कोई वर्ड उसने निकाल दिया, जब हमने कहा कि हमारे नज़र में, हमारे रिकॉर्ड में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को ये दिया ही नहीं। तो देयरफॉर हम जो बात कर रहे हैं, हम झारखंड वासियों से बात कर रहे हैं, हम जो बात कर रहे हैं जो यहाँ के निवासी है, जो यहाँ के वोटर है, जो यहाँ के इलेक्शन कमीशन ने रजिस्टर किए हैं, तो वो भी आपकी एजेंसी है। तो जब हम बात कर रहे हैं कोई भी चीज़ हम मतलब प्रोग्राम दे रहे हैं, वो यहाँ के रहने वालों के लिए दे रहे हैं, यहाँ के वोटर्स के लिए दे रहे हैं। उसमें कौन क्या है, ये सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट की जिम्मेदारी है, वो अपनी जिम्मेदारी से भाग रहे हैं। तो इसलिए फिर मतलब उस ट्विस्ट को बना करके पेश करना दूसरी तरफ से, वो उनका काम है। मगर हमारा सीधा मतलब है जो झारखंड में रहने वाले लोग हैं, जो झारखंड में रजिस्टर्ड, चाहे वो बिहार से आए, चाहे यूपी से आए, चाहे छत्तीसगढ़ से आए, अगर उनको वो घुसपैठिया कहते हैं तो उनका काम है, मगर हमारे लिए तो वो देशवासी है।
Infiltration certainly becoming the #1 talking point in the election season, with Congress now completely losing the plot after promising incentive and then taking a U-turn. We'll keep a close watch on all that's happening in the poll-bound states of Jharkhand and Maharashtra. But for now, we slip into a very short break. But after the break, we'll tell you how complete laxity has killed 10 newborn people in the state of Uttar Pradesh's Jhansi. All that and much more right after a short break.
Director, the taste of success.
E ono ngā pōti e whakahe. Kawana! Ka whakamanu whiriti a koe! Kamate! Kamate!
The division that you are seeing was not caused by this bill. It's been built up over decades during which New Zealanders have come to regard themselves as based on ancestry or one side of a partnership instead of New Zealanders. And what's worse...
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, shame!
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Breaking news coming in, a major Maoist plot to disrupt the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections was thwarted in Gadchioli after security forces discovered 2 IEDs planted on a bridge over the Parlokta River. Acting on the credible inputs, a BDDS team was airlifted to the site, joining Gadchioli police, CRPF and BSF teams for a thorough search. While 1 IED detonated during diffuser preparations, causing no injuries, the second was neutralized through a controlled explosion. The swift action by security forces prevented casualties, and search operations are ongoing to ensure the area's safety. So that's the latest breaking news coming in, where a major Maoist plot to disrupt the upcoming Vidhan Sabha elections was thwarted in Gadchioli after security forces discovered 2 IEDs planted on a bridge over the Parlokta River. Visuals of that on your screen, where 2 IEDs were diffused by forces. This comes as a major success for the security forces. While we learned that 1 IED has been detonated during diffusal preparations, causing no injuries. That's the latest that's coming in. We move on to what's happening in the poll-bound states. Now, Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's explosive vote jihad remark has set off a storm in Maharashtra. Proof to Yogi's claim, AIMPLB's Sajjad Nomani is staring at a complaint over his alleged divisive calls to socially boycott BJP supporters and the Saffron Party's alliance. Adding to the fire, Enforcement Directorate raids are currently underway, allegedly linked to a vote jihad conspiracy. Is this a strategic dharma yudh for votes, and as the BJP claims, or a narrative aimed at polarizing the electorate? Here's a detailed report.
Love jihad, land jihad, or paid card jihad.
Days after Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath alleged the existence of vote jihad, pan card jihad and land jihad in Maharashtra,
महायुति गठबंधन महाराष्ट्र के अंदर चुनावी समर में आपके सामने है, और दूसरी तरफ राष्ट्र की अस्मिता के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाले महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेन कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महा अनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है.
the BJP has escalated its attack, filing an official complaint against a Muslim cleric in Maharashtra, accusing him of spreading divisive agendas. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya took to platform X, alleging that the cleric openly called for a boycott of BJP supporters. Somaiya further accused the cleric of making brazen calls for vote jihad to rally against the Saffron Party.
वो कहते हैं आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग बीजेपी को साथ दे रहे हैं, ऐसे मुसलमानों का सोशल बॉयकॉट करो, उनका हुक्का पानी बंद करो, ऐसे मुसलमानों के नाम घनश्याम दास करने चाहिए. मौलाना वोट जिहाद के लिए भी अपील करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए मैंने चुनाव आयोग को विनती की है।
The BJP did not stop there, slamming the Mahavikas Aghadi for indulging in what they call blatant appeasement and vote bank politics.
ये वही लोग हैं जो गेरुआ वस्त्र पहनने वाले लोगों को कहते हैं कि आप राजनीति में मत आओ, परंतु उनके लिए इस प्रकार की घोर सांप्रदायिकता और शरिया की बातें करने वाले मुस्लिम मौलवी सांप्रदायिक नहीं है, ये सेकुलर है। तो इसका मतलब साफ है कि कांग्रेस हिंदुओं को बांटना चाहती है और दूसरी ओर वो वोट जिहाद करवाना चाहती है।
Adding fuel to the fire, the Enforcement Directorate launched pan-India raids linked to the alleged vote jihad conspiracy, intensifying the political slugfest. This comes just days after Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis declared the BJP's mission a Dharma Yudh of votes, directly countering the MVA's alleged vote jihad.
वोट जिहाद यांना असं वाटतंय की आता लोकसभेमध्ये आम्ही हे करू शकलो, विधानसभेमध्ये देखील आम्ही आमचं सरकार निवडून आणणार आणि त्यानंतर त्या सरकारला आपल्या बोटावर नाचवणार। मी तुम्हाला जागा करण्याकरता आलोय, ते जर वोट जिहाद करत असतील तर आपल्याला मतांचं धर्मयुद्ध या ठिकाणी करायचं आहे, मतांचं धर्मयुद्ध करू।
The narrative battle is getting fiercer by the day, with the BJP sharpening its attack against what they term a dangerous divisive agenda at play by the MVA.
The Battle of Maharashtra is likely to intensify, with Fadnavis now declaring that it is a clear vote jihad versus Dharma Yudh for the election season. We'll keep a close watch on all that's happening in the poll-bound state. But for now, we slip into a very short break. But after the break, we'll tell you about how the chorus for Sanatan Board is only growing louder, with Sanatan Dharma Sansad being organized in the national capital, which is still underway.
join us as we welcome Samir Nigam, a visionary, an innovator, and a catalyst of India's financial growth.
Hi everyone. Let me first start by congratulating the Republic team. What a wonderful campus you have and what a wonderful event. Thank you for having me here. I normally don't do keynotes. I prefer discussions that are topical. But when Arnav reached out and said, talk about how you're going about building PhonePe as opposed to, a product launch or a feature launch, that's normally what startups get asked about. I couldn't resist. Over the next few minutes, I'll walk you through sort of 4 dimensions of how we went about or are going about trying to build what we hope will be a durable, generational company. But let me start with the roots, right? We're sitting here in Noida today in 2024. I remember as I was driving in, I actually lived in Noida from 1984 onwards. So I was born into a defense family, one of the very early developers of this place called Noida, when Delhi was the capital. And I remember the distinction just between the capital of the country and a city that was right next to it. It was a very small town. And what a transformation we've seen. 40 years is a very small window of time. PhonePe has been around for less than a decade. That's also a really small window of time. I didn't know that when I was working on my first startup. I didn't know that on my second startup. But I can tell you as you get older, 10 years is a very short window of time. And we are still a very young democracy. And I think one of the things that we love about what we are doing as a company today, there's now 25,000 PhonePayers as part of the mission, is that we have a connected vision. We have a vision for what we are trying to build. Let me start with our vision statement. We penned this down sometime in 2017, about a year into our launch. We said we want to build something for every Indian. We don't want every Indian who's interested in doing digital payments. We wanted to build something that every Indian will use. The every part of it was very important. My co-founders and I had already worked at Flipkart for 3 or 4 years, so we'd seen the e-commerce sort of rocket ship, but e-commerce was reaching maybe 10, 15 crore Indians. We felt that payments, if digitized, could start a virtuous cycle of formalization of the economy in a way where we could dedicate 10, 20, 30 years of our lives in a very, very substantial and exciting way. And I'll share some data with the audience, and hopefully you'll sort of agree. The session just before this, somebody talked about how India's progress started with UPI. We'll share some numbers there. What a transformation that's been. But the idea here is we want to make sure that no one's left behind. Everyone's progress should start getting liberalized. Everyone should have equal access to money and then to services, all sorts of financial services, goods, other digital services. And the best way to start is by making sure everyone has digital payments. So where are we today? You could go to the next one. Allow me to share with you, in partnership with MapMyIndia, another Indian startup, a heat map of real transactions by Indian consumers over the last 8 years. 99% of these are on UPI, by the way. If you just see the length and breadth of the country today is using digital payments. This has happened in 8 years. In sheer reach, we are now at over 50 crore users. And this is PhonePe alone. I'm sure that digital payments reaches even more. There's other players in the market. But just look at that journey. Let's go to the next one. In terms of merchants, and please note on the top left, you'll see when COVID happens, people start small businesses in the hinterland. You'll see the entire map light up. There is not a nook and corner in the country that does not accept digital payments now. This is happening in real time. And the first and second and third order impact of those digitization revolutions that are happening are visible. I'll show you just one more. So people know that PhonePe processes payments. This is a heat map of how insurance premiums are being paid on PhonePe. Just notice it's on a lag. You saw with the consumers, everything's red and really, really big numbers. Insurance is starting to grow that way. Digital lending is growing. So the penetration that we've made with payments and the data that's come out of it is allowing banks and insurers and AMCs to build products for the masses in a way that was unimaginable, honestly, 10 years ago, right? And that's the animal instincts of entrepreneurship and industry that we as a company want to sort of unleash. If you go to the next one, I think this is the humbling part. As much as we believe we've done good work in the last 8 to 10 years, our vision is to actually democratize progress for 1 billion Indians. Technology should allow us to reach there. Telecom has gotten there. Everyone's got data. Everyone's got YouTube. But as of today, we remind ourselves, we've just got to about 40% of Indians. Now, this data, for economists in the audience, this is our extrapolation of the tiering in India. It's 80-90% accurate. Our own data is accurate. As you can see, the penetration of digital payments in India started with the metros, started with the big cities. Most people sitting in this audience would all be using a PhonePe or perhaps a GPay or a Paytm or some other app. That penetration by COVID end had got to every city in tier 2. But the remarkable thing that actually happened during the pandemic is that revolution actually also reached our villages. Tier 6 cities are cities with 5,000 or less people. Tier 2 and below is about 70% of India. We're making progress, but we have miles to go. And I think that's our first North Star. We want to make sure that at least in payments, if not in other categories, we are able to light up India coast to coast, pillar to post, right? So 40% is where we are at. We have lots to cover. So let's talk about how we think or how we're going about trying to build a great company. Building great products in the startup world, we all use them, we like them, but one of the unfortunate things in the last couple of decades is durable multi-generational companies have stopped getting created. All of us can think about that really good app that we used 20 years ago that exists no more, whether it's a Yahoo that gets replaced with the Google, whether it's a MySpace that gets replaced with the Facebook, the longevity of companies has gone down. One of the things that we are trying to do, we started, before we figured out what PhonePe would do, given that we were starting the company a little later, we were almost 40, Rahul, myself. Our third co-founder is actually based in the US, but he was building because his father, who's no longer with him, told him to build for India. So he was one of those NRIs that was being talked about earlier today. He wanted to build. We had learnings. And we said, let's build a company which has a foundation very deeply rooted in culture and values, learn from the Tatas and the Infosys and the sort of stalwarts of the industry. So what we actually have is a pretty elaborate set of culture and values that kids hate. We literally indoctrinate them. These are written on every building in our office. You get them with your orientation kit. We make you rehearse them as much as you can. But they're sacred to us because they remind us whether you're doing well or you're not, whether the markets are good or they're not. These remind us the mission that we are on. These remind us the kind of company we want to create. And I didn't put heat to it when I was building my first startup. We made money, we got users, but the company did not have a binding value system that made us navigate issues, market changes, pandemics and whatnot. I think as you sort of make your early mistakes and become a serial entrepreneur, one of the things that you really learn to treasure is institution building. And so one of my favorite ones in this is at the bottom left. We call it positive disruption. It's very, very personal to PhonePe. We talk about the fact that we will not disrupt somebody's profit pool just because we can. we will increase the size of the pie of any market we enter. Otherwise, we will not enter. Now, why is that important? Everyone's talking about the economy in terms of macros. 2 trillion, 3 trillion, 10 trillion, 20 trillion, 50 trillion. These things don't happen in macros. You can track them in macros, but they happen at the grassroots in terms of compounding in daily lives. So you got to create enablers. And if you take capital in the startup world, we see this all day long. One of the realities is that if there's a really exciting market opportunity, 50 venture capitalists and 100 good entrepreneurs will chase it, and margins go to zero, and you're cutting each other instead of creating. One of the things we love about India Stack and DPI is things like UPI open up markets, things like Account Aggregator open up markets. So we work very closely with them. The other thing that I think from personal sort of experiences, I love sports. I grew up playing a lot of sports, and I got most of my learnings in life through sports. Whether you play cricket, football, individual sports, teamwork and loyalty and a good mix of talent is super important. One of the things that you'll see here and on the next slide is we are a 9-year-old company. The founders have known each other for 27 years. Boris and I have known each other for 20 years. The average tenure of the people working together in this company at the leadership is actually longer than the company itself has existed. Many of us are doing a second or third tango together. Now, why is this important in the PhonePe journey? One of the benefits you have of working with people that you've known for a long time is that you can fight and argue all day long about ideas and no one gets hurt or upset. It's like family. You just hold a mirror and say, this is the right way to do it. No one's building careers, everyone's mission oriented. If they were building careers, they'd be worrying about how the other person thought about what you said. How does this look to my boss? We've all been there. And we said, you know what, let's not do that. So culturally, I think this is a very big element of PhonePe. And this flows down. We do a lot of things unconventionally. Some that drive even some of our former investors and board members crazy. We don't do written calibration at the leadership. We don't do quarterly and annual evaluation and grading. I find that counterproductive. We give each other feedback every day. But we don't do it in writing and grade you and slot you into a bucket or do curve fitting. I think it destroys mission orientation. So at PhonePe, we bring in people that we believe are interested in solving for 1 billion Indians. That's it. As long as you're interested and you're talented, everything else falls in line. Go to the next one. Two things that most people don't talk about often enough. We keep hearing headlines all over the media about this company raised this much money, this company raised this much money, or the valuation. We focused, again, benefit of hindsight, we focused our energies on what kind of investors we want. Because investors, in fact, long-term stable investors really, really help. And what you'll see at PhonePe is a mix of some sovereign investors, institutional investors who will stay for 20, 30 years and let you build, really let you build, and some strategic investors. We have Walmart and Tencent and Microsoft. These are companies themselves that have done things at massive scale. They are generational companies. So we get tremendous learning from them. And we are starting to actually get more domestic capital into the company as well, and we'll talk about that. But I think it's very important to get the right investors, not the right valuation. Valuations build. Don't time the markets, time the business. Again, startups don't talk about their boards. Our board is very carefully crafted. We have some incredibly good technology giants in there, like Binny Bansal, the founder of Flipkart, is there. We have the CFO of PayPal. He took the company public, one of the biggest fintech successes. To head our risk committee, we have the former revenue secretary of the country. Each of these people serve as both advisors and mentors to both myself and our management team. And finally, and I said this at the beginning, we do a lot of things differently. One of them is we focus on different things. We are that weird startup that actually likes regulation. Because we chose to be in payments and we said we want to go and build payments for 1 billion people, we have been regulated from day zero. And today we are regulated across 4 different regulators. And we take pride in it. Our compliance team is almost probably the second largest team in the company. It's bigger than finance, it's bigger than marketing, it's bigger than legal, it's bigger than a lot of functions, it's bigger than product. And that gives you durability over time. These are things that I wish they were teaching us in business school or startup TED Talks when I was starting out my first time. Spent 15 precious years unlearning what I had learned in the first few years. But these are the things that are helping us build PhonePe, not helping us build the product. Now I'll come to how we are building PhonePe itself. So if you can go to the next slide, skip this one. The first thing that you need to do before you can build great products is to actually build a really, really strong foundation layer, obviously. So if you can go to the next slide, please. We build all our infrastructure for PhonePe in-house. All of our infrastructure is localized to India. And I'm proud to report that we build our servers in liquid cooling technology, the first of its kind in India. This is a novel initiative with Dell. So this is clean tech data centers getting built out in India. Highly, highly sustainable, highly, highly scalable. Lots of fun to build. We build all our tech in-house. We don't use public clouds for payments. This is citizens' data. We want to make sure it's very secure. And we use data ethically, but we use it pervasively. We use it abundantly to solve a lot of different kinds of problems. Many people, I've seen this personally, tell us, phone pe nahi chalta, tab baki apps chalte hain. And that's because we actually have one of the most sophisticated kill switches. One of the things that we did to build trust is that if we think that your payment will not go through and your money will get stuck, we don't let you make the payment, we block it. That's called a kill switch. We built that technology in 2016, months after UPI launch, because we found failure rates were high. So initially people would try other apps. We knew our own practices were making people try competitor apps. And my co-founder, who's the CTO, said, Samir, if it's payments, it has to work 100% of the time. People will come back. And guess what? Today, we have 99.8% repeat rate organically. We don't incentivize, we don't give cash back. 99.8% of our customers come back over and over and over again. Our average customers do more than 50 transactions a month on the app. But you have to give some to get some. You have to give up short-term wins to get the long-term trust. If you go to the next one. The other thing that we've been on a launch binge since 2022, launching a lot of new apps, launching some new companies. People ask us how we move so fast. But the other early choice that PhonePe made was that all our services, all our platforms are designed to be multi-tenant. What that means is if you built it, you could practically sell it commercially as a service. Whether it's logging in with PhonePe, whether it is your digital CRM solutions, whether it's your risk and fraud platforms, if I build it for payments, I can use it for lending, I can use it for PIN code, I can use it across the board. These are deep investments in technology and IP and R&D. We do them quietly, we don't talk about it, we obsess over it, but they give us acceleration. And if you go to the next slide, what you'll see is 80% of the starting stack for launching all these apps was common. What we were using for PhonePe was also used for PIN code, which is a ONDC-based shopping app. We also used that to build India's first app store called Indus. We're also using it to build Share Market, which is a wealth broking app. There's a lot of commonality at the tech stack, and that allows you to move fast and more efficiently. And that's one of the hallmarks of building tech at PhonePe. We are building, like the Googles and the Facebooks and the Microsofts of the world, we are building sort of very, very high-class tech platforms, very scalable platforms. Can you just go to the next, please? So, one of the things that we've obviously been focused on is expanding the market. But core to that actually, or our own vision was making sure that we helped UPI grow really rapidly. We are UPI fanboys and fangirls, unabashedly so. It's the best thing since sliced bread and tech, an interoperable payment network that came out of India. And we are proud to say that for the last several years, we've been the market leader in payments. It doesn't come without its own problems, but I think if you go to the next slide, I want to talk about how we got there. How are we building a great business? We talked about building a great company. Great companies are built on the back of great culture, great boards, great values, governance. Great companies are built by focusing on building very scalable technology stacks so that if your customers really start using PhonePe in every nook and corner in the country, or during Diwali when everyone's sending each other small transaction values. This Diwali we did more than 35 crore transactions in one day. Every day we do over 30 crore transactions. That's 300 million transactions. If you see those graphs, just go back please. Our monthly transactions have grown over 70 times. 70 times since 2018, right? Without glitches, without failures. India's payments, and within that PhonePe and some of the other companies combined, our digital payments scale is unparalleled in the world. We are now the largest processor of digital payments, retail digital payments in the world, which is saying something. How do we get there? If you're dealing with money, unlike dealing with, say, fast food, payments is essential. It's the lifeline of your everyday activity, but it also causes stress. If I send somebody money and it doesn't reach them, it causes two-party stress. If I'm paying at a shop and the money doesn't reach the shopkeeper, it causes friction. So one of the things you really need to do is slowly and steadily, very slowly and steadily build that trust. One of the things I want to do is explain this graph because this is core to the PhonePe way of thinking and building. With your permission, I'm going to take a minute. So what you see with these colored lines is basically the vintage of the user who's tried the PhonePe app the first time. The longest line is the oldest customer. A customer who came... Thank you. Hello. Hello. Yeah. This line right here is customers who downloaded the PhonePe app and started using it way back in 2018. If you see the rate at which they grew, their monthly transactions, it's a slow climb. We didn't have that many QR codes in India. We didn't have that many use cases on the PhonePe app. They were taking their time. All the banks were not digitized, so their customers couldn't use UPI on day zero. If you now see the blue line on the left, that's a customer who's actually started using PhonePe for the first time just this January. Look at how fast their adoption curve is. Because now the app is operating very robustly. Everywhere you go, if you start using digital payments today, everywhere you go from the airport to the chai ki tapri, from your retail malls to your government offices, people will accept digital payments. And that means you can basically leave your wallet behind the day you start using PhonePe. That is 50 transactions a month as a behavior for new customers adopting digital payments. That's the opportunity. We've laid out the railroads. Every single small shop in India is digitized. I can say this with pride. During COVID, when the country was lit green, yellow, and orange, rural India was green, the hills were green. We had over 1 lakh freelancers going pillar to post across the country and putting up QR codes in rural India. Today, PhonePe has put up over 1.2 crore QR codes in rural India alone. So you could travel. on a road trip, and you will be able to pay wherever you go. That's the level of impact we believe that can be made if you're willing to put people on the ground. So this teaches you that there's trust building on the platform, and now we can start actually distributing financial services and helping the development of the financial service markets. And finally, because this is typically the joke in Bangalore, you can either build a good operation or you can build a good business. We're proud to report that while our operations are growing, our business is also growing pretty well. Last year was important for us, FY24 for the first time. PhonePe has also become non-cash profitable. We've also crossed 5,000 crores in revenues. So we're a pretty large top line and sustainable growth story as well. So you can do these things. You can actually be well regulated and compliant, but still grow at 70% CAGR. You can actually be profitable while adding 5-6 crore customers every year, and that's about how many Indians we're digitizing every year, right? People believe that if you're spending a lot on marketing, then you can't actually become profitable. We're proving otherwise. People believe that if all your customers are coming from Bharat and not from urban India, you can't make money. We're proving otherwise. People believe that if you're not a foreign US branded company, don't have English all over, you can't grow. Here we are sitting with a Devanagari logo in India, building out of India, for India, and still adding 40, 50, 60 million customers a year and digitizing the country. So that's our story, that's the mission we are on, that's the vision we have. Thank you very much.
Three things changed the fortunes of mutual fund industry. Jan Dhan, when you had 70 crore bank accounts which opened. Demonetization, maybe liked by people, not liked by people, but the formalization of the economy, money coming in. Unified KYC.
Stock market should not be the end objective, it should be the means to an end. And the end is, can we create jobs and can we really create capital formation efficiently for the country?
ka poti e whakahe. Kawana! Whaka manufiriti a koe!
It is the protest against the brutal killing of that 6 civilians. So for that only we are demanding the government to take actions against the cookie terrorists.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
It's 5 p.m. and you're watching live at Breaking with me, Shavin Sen. A top focus this evening, the unrest in Manipur. The situation still remains extremely volatile, with the BJP leaders being targeted in the state. All this and much more in this edition, but up first, let's take you through the headlines we're tracking at this hour. Ten babies killed after fire in a hospital in Uttar Pradesh's Jhansi. Grieving families demand answers after tragic loss of infants. Several lapses come to fore: expired fire extinguisher, dysfunctional safety alarms among many. Complete shutdown announced in Imphal after the killing of 6 hostages. Protesters hit the streets. Manipur Chief Minister calls off emergency meeting amid attacks on BJP legislators' houses.
मुसलमानों को अपील हो रही है कि आप वोट करिए और वोट करिए इंडी अलायंस के लिए। तो ये कहा जाएगा ऐसी क्या है मजबूरी? जेएमएम, कांग्रेस, महावसूली अघाड़ी की घुसपैठिए है जरूरी? ऐसी क्या है तुम्हारी मजबूरी?
Infiltration becomes the biggest talking point in Jharkhand and Maharashtra election. BJP says India appeasing infiltrators. Prime Minister Modi on a 3-nation visit starting from today would be attending the G20 summit in Brazil. Started this edition with some breaking news now coming in from Manipur, where the Chief Minister has called off an emergency meeting which was scheduled earlier in the day. This after BJP legislators' houses were essentially ransacked, and thereafter the meeting has been called off. Remember, the situation appears to be extremely volatile currently in Imphal. A short while back, we saw the kind of protest taking place. In fact, several local groups are essentially now demanding that there should be complete shutdown in the city. In fact, remember,
the centre monitoring the entire situation right now. In fact, just about a few days ago, Armed Forces Special Powers Act was also reimposed in 6 police station jurisdiction. This after the centre essentially came to a conclusion that the situation is only deteriorating in Manipur. Having said that, let's just quickly take you through some of the latest details emerging on also a reporter on the ground right now. Anirudh getting us the latest details. In fact, Anirudh is joining us from outside BJP legislators' house that was ransacked a short while back. What's the situation on the ground like, Anirudh?
Yes, our situation remains on the boil in Manipur, and right now we are outside the residence of BJP legislator Raghumani, and here you can see in a public field some properties which were just nearby were also damaged by the red mob as they stormed into the house of BJP legislator Raghumani. Though it has been learned that the house was not set ablaze by the red mob, but they have ransacked the entire household. And meanwhile, not only this is the third house of a BJP legislator which is being targeted today evening. Earlier, the house of Rajkumar Imo, who also happens to be the son-in-law of Manipur Chief Minister N. Biren Singh, was attacked. Several properties inside his house was ransacked and damaged by the mob. And thereafter, they stormed into the house of S. Kunja Kishore, and in his house also at least 4 scooters and 1 vehicle was set ablaze by the mob. And even as we walk the talk here, you can see irate mob moving in and around the area. And here you can see the properties that has been damaged in the full public glare. Also, we are also getting to know that public announcements are also being made that curfew has been clamped in Imphal East, Imphal West and Bishnupur. In 3 districts of the valley, now total curfew has been imposed from 4:30 p.m. onwards. It is also very likely that, keeping in view the deteriorating law and order situation, we are getting to know that the government might also take a call on suspension of internet once again in the valley. Though no final call has been taken yet, in this regard, Sawan. But yes, sources in the Home Department has told us that yes, there are talks regarding also suspension of internet, because many houses of legislators are being targeted. Many houses of legislators are being targeted across the Imphal city. Across the Imphal city. As we report, Sawan, even first we witnessed how in the morning the mob tried to storm into the residence of Sapam Ranjan, IPR Minister of Manipur, and thereafter they also tried to go and meet Sushindra Mehte, another minister in N. Biren Singh cabinet, and thereafter they tried to storm into the residences of several MLAs. First they stormed into the residence of Rajkumar Imo and vandalized his house. Then S. Kunja Kishore's residence was vandalized, and now outside Raghumani's residence also you can see large number of crowd gathering. Sawan.
Well, in fact, Anirudh, I'll request you to stay on with those live visuals that are now coming in from Imphal. The situation appears to be extremely tense on the ground. My colleague Anirudh also getting us details that there is a high possibility that 3 legislators of the Bharatiya Janata Party are likely to resign. We're waiting for an official confirmation to come in. While we'll stay with these visuals, Anirudh, you need to tell your camera person perhaps to stay more on the visuals. What's the situation like on the ground? And also, more importantly, while you take us through those latest images coming in from Imphal, could you also tell us what's the political situation right now on the ground? Because given the fact that we've seen there's a growing chorus right now for the legislators to resign, where is it really coming from? How exactly are they tackling the situation?
Yes, Avan, there has been a growing demand for the resignation of the legislators, and people are targeting the residences of the MLS. Even as we saw these visuals from Uripok in Imphal West District, though curfew has been imposed, you can also see large number of people here moving around. They are also part of the mob which are targeting the residences of the legislators. And as we speak, someone, yes, 3 MLAs are all set to resign. We are getting to know that P. Robindro Radheshyam, MLA from Hayrok, and Poonam Brozen, Wangzing legislator. Sources close to these 3 legislators have confirmed that they are all set to resign. They are now on their way to Guwahati, and after holding deliberation in Guwahati, they are expected to make a formal announcement probably tonight or later tomorrow. But yes, sources have confirmed that keeping in view the deteriorating law and order situation and the inaction by the state government, who have irritated the mob, who have irritated the public, they are all set to step down from being a member in the Legislative Assembly. And they have confirmed that though initially the number 3 confirmation have arrived yet, at least 10 to 15 are expected to join the chorus. This is what we are picking up, Sawan.
Anirudh, we're just getting in some more breaking news right now. First, with regards to curfew that has now been imposed in Imphal. What more details are you picking up here? Is this an indication of the deteriorating situation on the ground? And also with regards to, first, let's take you to the other breaking news also coming in. 3 legislators likely to resign. That's what top sources are now essentially indicating. In fact, we're given to understand that in all likelihood, these MLAs are already en route to Guwahati. Anirudh, why exactly to Guwahati? What's the reason behind the legislators leaving from Manipur and perhaps going to Guwahati? Is there anything more that's brewing?
Yes, many legislators are also camping in Delhi for the last several days. This is what we are getting to know from the ground right now, that many legislators are already in Delhi. So it is also being speculated that these legislators who have left from Imphal today evening, they are likely to take a flight from Guwahati to Delhi tomorrow, maybe to join the other legislators who are already camping in Delhi. But yes, as of now, this has been confirmed that these 3 legislators in all likelihood will be tendering their resignation tomorrow, and many more are likely to join them. As far as the curfew order is concerned, Sawan, the curfew order, yes, it clearly indicates the deteriorating law and order situation in the state. We have been reporting from the ground for the last more than 1 week, and in the last 1 week we have seen how things have unfolded. There was no chaos in the beginning, but gradually the situation have deteriorated. And today morning, when the remaining 3 bodies of the 6 hostages, 3 were recovered last night and 3 were recovered today morning, and after that the public erupted in protest. Voluntarily people started shutting down their shops, and also public announcements were made by the civil society organization, by the Mera Paibis, as well as the imams of the Imam market. And in their clarion call, if all the business establishments and shops have shut down indefinitely, it is still not known when they will be resuming their businesses, when they will reopen their shops. This has also not been intimidated as of now, but they have.
Getting in some more breaking news right now, staying with the situation in Manipur, with the total curfew that has been imposed in Imphal amid the violence in Manipur. That's the latest now coming in. In fact, this is a complete shutdown call that was actually made by multiple groups Protesters have set in place properties that have been linked to BJP legislators. We've also showed you these images that came in a short while back, which indicated that several of the legislators' properties linked to BJP legislators were also attacked. Well, that's the latest now coming in from Manipur, a situation that we're tracking very closely on the ground. Also getting in some more breaking news right now coming in from the state of Maharashtra now, where there's been a development in the Baba Siddique murder case. One more person has been arrested. This, I'm given to understand, has come in from Punjab. We'll try and see if we can get you more details right now. Anti-gangster task force has basically arrested one person who goes by the name of Akash Gill. We'll try and get you more details and put that on our screens right now as to who exactly is Akash Gill and how exactly is he linked to it. Perhaps we could also get in our reporters on the ground from the newsroom getting us details of Akash Gill, who has been arrested. In fact, this what you see right now on your screens, these are the latest images now coming in following the arrest that has been made a short while back. Before we move on to the next news, I'll just quickly take our viewers through some more details that we have right now with regards to the arrest that has been made. In fact, this arrest has been made by the Punjab police in a joint operation with Maharashtra police. They've arrested one person, Akash Gill, resident of Fazilka, in connection with the murder of Baba Siddique in Mumbai. As of now, the details that we have, these are preliminary investigation that is being carried out, resulting in the arrest of one person. Well, in the national capital, there is a congregation of Hindu seers, all of them coming together demanding on the lines of the Waqf board, a Sanatan board to essentially emerge. What you see right now on your screens is the congregation that is still underway, where there is a growing demand for a Sanatan board. You've essentially heard several political leaders as well as Hindu seers talking about the fact that it is high time that a board of this nature is basically brought in so that Hindu identity could be protected. Let me also go across to my colleague Gopi, who is joining us from the national capital. Gopi, several of the Hindu seers who spoke a short while back are calling in for a Sanatan board. What's the rationale that they are giving right now? What's the need in the first place for a Sanatan board?
Well, in fact, we have been following the Dharma Sabha since morning, and the four things that they are reiterating, each and every spiritual leader is reiterating is, first, why is there need of Sanatan board, as there is Gurudwara Prabandhak Committee for the Sikhs, while there is Waqf board for Muslims. Why don't Hindus have a specific board which takes care of temples? While there are over 4 lakh temples in the whole of India, but the entire governing body of that temple is the government. So the fund which comes in that temple is also distributed among other religions. So this is the major question. This is the primary goal of why a Sanatan board is required as per these spiritual leaders. While the other 2 issues which have been raised is like we have Ram Mandir temple in Ayodhya, Krishna Janmabhoomi should also be given final verdict, and a strong, humongous temple should stand in Mathura in the coming days. This is their other demand. While speaking about the third demand, they have again stated the fact that the culprits of Tirupati Prasadam, who had in fact mixed animal fat in Prasad, should also be arrested as soon as possible. While there were also other points which stated that Hindu girls should only marry within the Hindu families,
right.
Stating how there is demographic change in the nation, and to stop this is essentially required. While the Shankaracharya here just a while back have focused on how
right.
Hindus should go back to scriptures and follow the ideals which have been written down in the scriptures. Back to you.
Well, thank you very much, Gopi, for getting us the latest details. We'll keep coming back to you as the Dharma Sons still continues with the demand essentially growing for a Sanatan board. On the other side, we'll get you the details of the fire the inferno that took place at a hospital in Jhansi, resulting in the loss of 10 lives. We'll get you a ground report coming in from Jhansi. Well, in fact, we'll take you through the latest details of what's essentially emerging from Jhansi. We'll take a short break and then we'll come back to you with the details of what's really happening on the ground as the forensic team that has also reached the spot, taking more details of what went wrong and, more importantly, highlighting the lapses on the part of the hospital administration. Well, in fact, we'll take the break in a short while from now. But before that, let me just quickly take you through the details coming in from the Jhansi hospital, where my colleague Akhil is currently joining us from. Akhil, you've been there at the hospital. What is it that you're picking up in terms of the lapses on the part of the hospital administration, and whether at all any action has been taken against the hospital authorities as of now?
Well, Shravan, if you see right now, the lapses are many, because if you see right, I'm just going to show you the visual of this entire hospital. So there's just one single entry and exit point where I'm standing. Here you can see this area has been cordoned off by the police, Jhansi police, and here a shield has been put in place. So this is the single entry or exit point from where you can enter the NICU department, neonatal intensive care unit. So the doctors go through this passage only. The relatives of the victims patients go through this passage only. So this is a very critical situation. Apart from that, the second thing which I would like to highlight, Shravan, over here you can see there are different fire extinguishers placed over here. On these fire extinguishers, if you will see, the manufacturing date of this fire extinguisher is 2024, 10 June 2024, and expiry date of this fire extinguisher is 9 June 2025. And apart from that, if you will see these fire extinguishers over here, this was manufactured in 2019. This was manufactured in 2019. I would like to request my VJ to come closer and give you the close shot. Here you can see this was manufactured in 2019. This was also manufactured. So these were the expired product which were assembled over here. And since then it was in use or no use, we don't know, because whether it was checked or whether the NOC was done or not. I would like to move a little bit forward and show you the visual of this NCIU attendant room. This is the where you can see this is the attendant room where the patient's relative kith and kin can come over here, and then they take care of their loved ones who basically live in that NCIU ward. So this is the actual condition. Here you can see the tilted wings of this fan. So the fans even are not working properly. There's no proper light. There's no proper arrangement. There's no proper bed. Here you can see these are the beds over here, and you can't even find proper blanket over here. And apart from that, Shravan, I would like to move a little bit forward and show you another visual of this very spot. Here you can see these are the wings where cleanliness, basic hygiene and basic infrastructure things are not available over here. When we reported this during the daytime, Shravan, here you can see what we witnessed over there at that point in time. There were 5 or 6 fire extinguishers that were placed at that point in time. When we reported it, then hospital administration basically shifted those fire extinguishers from that place, and they were kept over here. And right now, if you see, just after our story impact, right now you can't find all those fire extinguishers over here, and it has been replaced from this very point as well, where they have been kept earlier. So these questions basically needs to be answered by the district administration and the hospital administration. The CMO must need to answer these questions, that why there have been multiple lapses on the part of administration regarding this incident, because if you see 10 precious lives have been lost. Yes, Shravan, back to you in the studio.
Director, the taste of success.
against two important issues.
In Delhi, growing chorus for a Sanatan Board. All the details on the other side.
Ashish Chauhan has set up the National Securities Clearing Corporation and the National Securities Depository Limited.
Mr. Chauhan has also served as the CEO of BSC, during which time it became the fastest responding exchange in the world. He's played a key role in setting up the Indian International Exchange. Let's all have a huge round of applause for the living legend and the father of modern financial derivatives in India, the CEO and MD of the National Stock Exchange, Mr. Ashish Kumar Chauhan, on stage as he shares his insights on the future of the Indian capital markets. I'd also request Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, to come up on stage to facilitate this fireside chat on how people from most PIN codes have invested in India's robust market.
All right, those were 3 long hours. That's why some people taking a bit of a break, but most of us are back. Welcome to you, sir. And we are starting this session. Remember, National Stock Exchange set up sometime in early 90s, now has a market cap which is actually more than India's GDP, right? About $5+ trillion. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of market participation we are seeing. Some of those things we'll discuss. Let me just get a sense of how involved, educated the audience is about markets. How many sitting here actually invest, have a demat account? 60%? This is actually less than India's national average, which is about 99%, right? Mr. Chauhan?
Today, India has around 10.5 crore unique investors with 20 crore accounts on NSE. 10.5 crore unique PAN number having accounts is like 20% of India's households directly investing through NSE. And that was like 1/4. That was 2.5% even in 2019 when, or 2020 when COVID started. So literally in last 4 years, we have gathered 4 times more people. And that's when people tell me, why did this happen? Of course, it became a very fast movement. Today, there are only 30 PIN codes. India has around 19,300 PIN codes. out of which only 30 PIN codes do not have NSE registered investor. I have investors in Andaman Nicobar. I have investors in Ladakh. I have investors in every single corner of India except 30 PIN codes, and most of them are airports where nobody stays full time. Why I'm telling you this has not happened because government has forced it. This happened from within. And why it happens is because, of course, the KYC norms have become now video-based so that people are able to do it on mobile. But also, in last 10 years, India has become prosperous, whether we accept or not, whether we are in ruling party, opposition party. India in last 10 years has become prosperous. 20% of India's population directly investing in India's entrepreneurs is a great leap of faith. Right. See, if you look at the economy, economics books, they say that countries having per capita poor income, lower income, cannot have a stock market which is well functioning because poor people don't save, and if they save, they don't trust even their brothers. How come people sitting in Jammu, sitting in Srinagar, sitting in Dibrugarh, Jorhat, investing in a company in Salem, they are in Tamil Nadu, they are never going to visit. How come those people have that trust that I am putting 1,000 rupees for Americans, 1,000 rupees is only $12. But that 1,000 rupees, that person, that she is putting her hard-earned money, sitting in Dibrugarh, putting in Salem company in Tamil Nadu, never going to visit, she has that leap of faith. Faith on whom? India's parliament, India's judiciary, India's ministry, India's regulator, India's stock market, but more importantly, India's entrepreneurs. We may blame them for anything, but Indian public today trusts our entrepreneurs more than anyone else. And let's face it, $5.4 trillion of market cap, 1/3 of India's wealth is now wealth of trust. Trust of small little people, that 10.5 crore small little people investing in whoever you can blame, whoever we want to call names. Those are the people directly putting their hard-earned money there, not in you.
That's a big point you are making because sort of a political narrative is sought to be built that somehow these wealth creators are bad people, and the focus should be on wealth redistribution and not wealth creation. But what you are saying is that people of India actually trust wealth creators and they are putting their money where their mouth is and backing them up, right?
Absolutely. And for me, I call that in last 77 years of our independence, what has India achieved? It has become more trustful nation. Trustful of its entrepreneurs. There is no better service than creating wealth and also creating jobs for this country.
Amazing. Look at the contrast, right? If you look at political news, you sort of get an impression that things are not good, things are bad, and you can't trust the wealth creators, there are no jobs. And actually, in reality, the fact that the market capitalization of NSE is much more than India's GDP is a reflection of how much trust people have in wealth creation as an idea, as a theme. And so, let's take it forward. With all that's happening in the geopolitical stage, how are we, you gave the numbers of the last 10 years, how we have quadrupled the number of people participating, people from Dibrugarh to Jorhat to Jammu and Kashmir to Andaman Nicobar. Actually, let's look at this way. What has happened in the last 10 years that people have become more trusting of wealth creation?
Again, to give you numbers, when Mr. Modi took over in 2014, I think the total market capitalization, that is the wealth represented by stock markets, was around 65 lakh crore. Today, it's 440 lakh crore, 6.5 times.
Right.
650%, 6.5 times wealth that is represented by markets. Markets basically is a democracy of stock markets,
right?
Because every investor has a vote, right? And in some ways, our corporate governance has improved way beyond what you hear in all the allegations coming from abroad. Today, India does not allow golden shares or preferential votings for specific shares.
Right.
It also ensures that the small investors have better rights when the AGMs happen vis-a-vis the promoters of the companies. And many other things which no other country in the world has. They want to keep on saying that you have a bad corporate governance. Today, we are amongst the top 3, top 4 in the world in terms of corporate governance. And why? And outcomes you have to see. Today, after US, Japan and China, 4th largest market is India. Per capita income is $3,000. China, $18,000. Japan, probably $36,000. America, $66,000. At $3,000 per capita, there is no similar market. At $6,000, there is no market of this type. $12,000, there is no such market. $24,000, there is one market called China, where if markets go down, government has to go and buy, which they are currently doing. You might have seen today also $1 trillion of buying, right? For me, in India, the government doesn't buy anything. They only tax us. But still, we have created this market, and it's not happened overnight. It has happened because the regulators have worked hard, the parliament has ensured that the framework is created, but most importantly, the entrepreneurs have worked hard to create that trust. I say that NSE is the place where India trusts itself. Right. And that is a market for trust. It's very difficult to create, very easy to give up. And 10.5 crore individuals is now competing with the number of farmers in India. Right. So be aware that that's becoming also a very large constituency.
How many farmers you said?
That's competing with the number of farmers in India.
Right. Right. Okay. So you see, if we are $5.5 trillion with a $4 trillion GDP, and we have been discussing about $50 trillion of GDP by 2047, what would be the size of India's stock market?
The way I look at it is that the $15 trillion is a small number compared to what can be achieved. But besides that, the way I look at it is today we are 1.5 times or 1.4 times the GDP in terms of the market capitalization. So and we were not even half the size of GDP even 15 years back. Right. So over a period, we have become more financialized. In fact, there are worries now of over-financialization. For 30 years, from 1991 to 2021, we kept on saying we need to have everyone included in the finance. Now, people are now getting worried about everyone has got included, now what? It's becoming over-financialization. That's the worry. For me, it's going to continue in the same pace. We are going to have probably from 10 crore investors to 50, 60 crore investors in next 27 years or 23 years. Right. But more importantly, if India's GDP goes to say $25, $30 trillion, the market cap will be close to $50 trillion.
Okay. So since you are here, I can't miss the opportunity of getting some headlines also, some news point. And there is a larger audience watching. So my question is, we have seen the RBI governor, for example, mention this, even other observers, that there is a bit of a froth in the market as we speak. And this is despite the FII selling. So the two questions. One, FII selling, is it an area of concern? And two, this froth despite that money going out. How do you see that?
No, in a way, all these are connected. And all this also have the repercussions from the world. Why FIIs are taking money out is because of variety of reasons. One of them is what we call indexation. Most of the investments today across the world, especially in developed countries, is that they invest on basis of index and not basis of the stocks. And those fund managers decide that they want to take a particular index called MSCI Emerging Market Index. And in that, if a country's weight and each individual company's weight goes down for a variety of reasons, so recently China issued a stimulus of $1 trillion, suddenly their market price went up by almost 25% in one day, which means that our weight came down a little bit. So what was built up over a period, some portion tried to go there. But the other side, there was a feeling that when the new government comes in US, the interest rates will go down. The Federal Reserve is trying to bring down the interest rates. Even yesterday, day before yesterday, they have brought down a little. Yes. But 1 month back, despite all the expectations, the interest rate started going up in America because there was a perception that new government, whichever government comes in, will have a huge deficit. And they will have to actually increase the interest rate because now their total debt of America has now gone up to $35 trillion. And they are raising $1 trillion more, literally every 2 months, 3 months. Right. So it's going to be impossible for them to keep the interest rates down. Once the interest rates go up, people who are borrowing in America at a very low interest and assuming that it's going to go down, suddenly, it's called carry trade. Yes. So they were investing into other countries like India. Yeah. They had to take it back. Now, when the new president takes over, they will have a better understanding of how this carry trade plays. And those are the things why the Indian markets went down a little bit in last few years, last few months. But in terms of the fraud, of course, the markets have been continuously going up across the world, but largely in India and US for many years now. And there are companies which have not had those kind of profits, also have got great valuations. And so slowly, there will be a differential coming up between the companies which are doing well and companies that are not doing so well. But that is bound to happen in any markets, which are risk markets.
So in a way, you're saying that the correction is good.
And why corrections have happened on a larger scale, but individually, each company, when the results time come, you will see the company has given better results, their prices remain up or go up, and the companies which do not give better results will have to go down. That's how, because why do the prices of stock markets go up or down is on the promise of the profits, which you get to share. That's why it's called share. Yeah. Right? So if that profit is going to go up, the wealth which it represents will go up. If it's going to go down, that's what you expect. That price will go down.
So while talking to you, I realized that you have an academics streak also, like explaining things. One other way of interpreting this FII outflow not impacting the markets much is that the kind of confidence that you were talking about, trust factor, the kind of confidence that Indians have in their own nation today, in their own government today, in their own corporates today, in their own wealth creators today, in their own startups today, the DIIs are coming in, the investors are coming. And that's why perhaps you mentioned that the over-financialization is a concern, right?
The over-financialization is now being discussed in some of the academic circles as a part of worry, because the rest of the world is now talking about over-financialization. We have not even reached even a surface. We have not even scratched the surface, because in America, somebody talks over financialization now. Of course, our academics have to talk, right? That is the purpose.
Yeah. All right, but the fact that all this FII outflow, or now the FPO outflow, if it happens to the US, is not impacting our markets as much as it might have earlier, is a proof that we are trusting our own systems.
And also the fact that earlier people used to invest in gold, real estate and other things. Today, because of ease of investment, but also because of the confidence and also awareness in younger population. Today, younger people are earning more than their parents at their retirement age, assuming the parents are working. And they have more consumption, but they also have more saving. And they are more aware that today, if you took it, today itself, Morgan Stanley report has come out, that India saves 3% in equities. Only 3%. Over the last 10 years, 20% of new wealth created is only by stock markets. Although it's investing only 3%. So input is 3%, output is 8%. But the fixed deposits or gold or real estate, if you input more, because instead here it's only 3%, 97% is elsewhere, and still the output is much lower because the stock markets are now giving better returns continuously. Of course, it's a risk market. Sometimes they may go down also. But there has been a clear understanding by the masses that this is also a good alternative. And of course, it is also tax beneficial to invest in stock markets. But over and above, the returns themselves have proved that stock markets, which also creates more jobs, because it creates a virtuous cycle. If you put in money in stocks, then it goes into the company. Once it goes into the company, company creates more jobs, which means more people getting more money. They again invest in the stocks. And that is the virtuous cycle that gets created. That has now been created over last 10, 15 years. And there is no other similar market in the world.
Right. You also mentioned that over-financialization is not a concern for us. One area that I see is that while there is a quantum jump that has happened in terms of all these demat accounts that have opened, and you're saying from Kashmir to Assam to Andaman, everywhere there are accounts now, still, in terms of market cap, investment, there are only a few states that really dominate, with Maharashtra accounting for about 1/5, Gujarat accounting for 1/10. There are some districts like Rajkot, for example, would have a lion's share. So in a way, there is regional disparity. How do you address that?
It was surprising. A few months back, I went to Himachal for their Uttarakhand for their industrial event. And I said, probably they are not doing so well in the investors' population. So I just looked at the number, and almost 9% of Uttarakhand population is actually a direct investor into Indian stock markets. Today, the largest state which has the largest number of investors are actually UP.
Really?
Yeah. So many of us, in fact, 5 years back, when after the budget of Madam Nirmala ji, I was on a television channel, and the anchor at the end told that since the budget is good, few lakh people in India will be happy. And I said, no, it's 2.5 crore. Today, it is 10.5 crore, right? And of course, if you take their families, 8 crore families is actually almost 35 crore people, which is 1/4 of India. And that is what we need to be aware, that today in India, everyone is now either a stock market investor or wanting to become stock market investor.
All right. Okay, so when I was preparing, I asked a friend, what should I be asking Mr. Chauhan? And he forwarded me an article written by Ajay Bagga. He's there in front of you. And so the argument Mr. Bagga is making in that article is that with Trump coming in the United States, there are going to be headwinds. And so the tariff wall that he's talking about is going to actually impact India's exporters. So do you see that getting factored in the market, and if yes, to what extent?
In fact, yesterday, if you saw our External Affairs Minister's statement, that other people may be worried, we are happy. Almost that was the tone of his statement. Why?
Yeah.
Because the way I look at this, people don't understand the details of the trade. What the tariffs are going to be is for merchandise trade. We are hardly having much of a merchandise trade on a net basis with America. What we have is actually services exports, which is not part of that trade itself. Right? And with GCC, that is like global capacity centers, where today, if you look at, you name an American company which may not have even a business in India, has 25,000, 50,000 people in India, in Pune, in Bangalore, in Jaipur, in Indore, right? So to give you a company name which I specifically know, there is a company called Boni. We call it Boni. It's not Boni M, but it's called Bank of New York Mellon. Okay, it's the same Boni M, but different Boni M. Right. And they account for almost 30-40 trillion dollars of the custody business. They have at least 25 to 30,000 people in Pune. They have no business in India.
At their GCC.
Their GCC, right? So people don't understand when they talk about headwinds. The headwind is largely between China and America. China was declared $1 trillion of trade surplus last week compared to the rest of the world. And that's a matter of worry for many. But we are into services, and that's why people don't understand the nuances of this. At the same time, if Harley Davidson needs to come and nobody buys, right? So that's a different world.
So one more question about the headwind, then I move on. So when you say China has given this $1 trillion surplus, but you see, it's very opaque in China. So with all the tariff walls coming in or coming up now to come up in the United States, it would be, and China has been giving that, it would be easy for China to, or they might also give another round of stimulus. You think that's going to be some sort of challenge for Indian corporations insofar as this benefits of China plus one strategy that were coming, they might slow down?
In a way, world is clearly trying to move away from China. China has a momentum in terms of their installed capacity, so they are going to continue to increase. Yesterday's news is that the value has remained similar in China, the volumes have gone up, which means for the same amount of dollar, they are actually sending much more goods outside.
Right.
And they might continue doing that.
Right.
But on our side, that is not the case, because we are basically into services largely. At the same time, our industry, which are the exports we have? Some petrochemicals, we have world beaters. Pharmaceuticals, again, we are very nice. 3 years or 4 years back, during COVID, there were full-page articles by Financial Times that iPhone supply chain is so high-tech that no country in the world will be able to achieve other than China.
We're doing it now.
So what I'm saying is in 3 years' time, we started baking, and 4th year, we are now going to probably beat China. Why I'm telling you this is, many of it is PR done by Financial Times on behalf of China or wherever, but many of it is basically also to psych you up, say you can't do it. India is doing it, and now in 25, we are going to start building chips.
Right.
And many of this high-tech part, people are not sort of estimating what is going to happen in terms of their effects on creating more and more high-tech manufacturing going forward. So that's why what PLIs have been done is phenomenal. They have taken the highest level, then the next level, then next level. At the same time, if supply chain of, say, shirts and pants and their buttons need to be worried about, probably we will have to go by the coastal route, which is what China did.
Right.
China did not develop interiors on the first day.
Right.
They took Shenzhen, just next to Hong Kong.
True.
And then developed only that part, and then just don't allow that material to come in. Just take it as a foreign country and do it. And that's how the SEZ framework, including just have the port itself in the SEZ so that nothing has to open somewhere and you end up creating jobs and stuff like that. But broadly, what we are doing today, even in interiors, even the PM Gati Shakti, reducing the logistics cost from 15-16% to now less than 10% is a phenomenal achievement, because that's where you are able to take the industry in the interiors.
Right, fair enough. So my second last question, you see, we did that poll about how many people here have a Demat account, about 60%, a little less than national average, but given that it's a journalistic organization and we are more concerned about stories than making money, still, please tell them, if they invest 1 lakh rupee now in, say, any mutual fund, what it would be in 10 years' time, going by the India story?
Yep, so I'll give you, see, I am actually an employee, I am not Rakesh Junjunwala, right? And so, not many people come to listen to me. So since you are sitting there, I'll give you the story. That in 1995, I started an index called Nifty. In April...
Nifty 50.
Yeah, Nifty 50. On a base of November 96, I started, November 3, 95. So today we are, after 29 years, that Nifty index is around 24,500 or 25,000. So if you had invested 1,000 rupees in 95, today it will be 25,000 rupees, plus each year you would have got close to 1.5-2% as a dividend. So if you add that up, it would be probably 30,000 rupees. So if you invest for long term in Indian stock markets, but if you keep on buying, selling every day, because you watch TV or you watch WhatsApp, somebody sends you kharid lo, bech do. If you invest, if you start trading in derivatives without knowing, then you will lose money.
Yeah.
But if you just stay on any index of your choice, you are going to make at least 3-4 times more money in next 25 years on Indian stock markets compared to any fixed deposits you will put, any real estate you will do, any gold, any other assets you might think of. And this money, when you buy gold, at most it will be in your vault, safe deposit vault or somewhere, and you will always be worried kuch chori ho jayega.
Right.
If you put money in stocks, it will also create jobs for India, right?
Right.
Which is going to be even more beneficial.
It's constructive
for
capital.
everyone.
It's constructive capital. Okay, fine. Niranjan is snapping at my heels, you see. So, last question, and I am headline hunting. इतना सारा IPO आ रहा है, NSE का कब आएगा?
we have no visibility. So whenever we are given approval, we have asked for no objection certificate as a regulated entity. We are ourselves regulators. And so we have asked for the no objection certificate from our regulators saying, can we go for the IPO? Once they give us their green signal, then we'll prepare the DRHP, which is called prospectus, and then we'll again submit to them for giving the clearance to the RHP. And that's basically the process, but currently we have no visibility.
All right, so the lesson is invest and get rich, and not necessarily quick, but for sure. Thank you so much, Mr. Chauhan.
Thank you, sir,
for this conversation.
E ono ngā pōti e whakahe. Kawana! Ka whakamanu whiriti a koe! Kamate! Kamate!
The division that you are seeing was not caused by this bill. It's been built up over decades during which New Zealanders have come to regard themselves as based on ancestry or one side of a partnership instead of New Zealanders. And what's worse...
Honourable Willie Jackson.
Mr. Speaker, shame!
New Zealand National.
49 votes in favour.
New Zealand Labour.
34 votes opposed.
Green Party of Aotearoa New Zealand.
15 votes opposed.
ACT New Zealand.
11 votes in favour.
New Zealand First.
8 votes in favour.
Te Pāti Māori.
Three things changed the fortunes of mutual fund industry. Jandhan, when you had 70 crore bank accounts which opened. Demonetization, maybe liked by people, not liked by people, but the formalization of the economy, money coming in. Unified KYC.
Stock market should not be the end objective, it should be the means to an end. And the end is, can we create jobs and can we really create capital formation efficiently for the country?
largest news headquarters. Setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Live and breaking at 6 p.m. I am Tanisha Awasthi. Our top focus remains on the Jhansi tragedy that has taken place in the state of Uttar Pradesh, where 10 new infants have died. And the question is now on who's to be held accountable in this, where there is a case of sheer negligence and laxity. We'll get you all that on that story, but first, here's a quick check of the headlines that we're tracking. After 6 hostages found dead in Manipur, unrest intensifies in the state capital, Imphal. Massive protest staged. BJP MLA's house attacked. As unrest and violence intensifies in the state of Manipur, MHA takes cognizance. Sources say 3 BJP MLAs also likely to resign. Republic investigation exposes the glaring lapses in the Jhansi hospital tragedy. Expired fire extinguisher, no emergency exits come to fore. Devkinandan Maharaj holds Dharm Sansad in the national capital. Chorus for a Sanatan Board amplifies. Infiltration becomes the biggest talking point in election season. BJP says India is trying to appease infiltrators. And we now shift our focus to breaking news coming in. And this is in regard with the case that's reported in Jhansi Medical Hospital, where 10 new infants had died. We learned that the NHRC has taken suo motu cognizance of the reported fire in the hospital. The NHRC has also issued notices to the Chief Secretary and the Director General of Police, Uttar Pradesh, calling for a detailed report in the matter within 1 week. So that's the latest coming in when we talk about the case that's reported in Jhansi in Uttar Pradesh, where the NHRC has now taken suo motu cognizance. It has sent notices to certain authorities and have also sought a detailed report within 1 week. Remember earlier, Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, had also sought a report within 12 hours, which is just about to come. We'll see if we can toss across to a reporter who is in Jhansi currently and has been tracking all the updates. We will have Akhil patch soon on the bulletin, but that's the latest coming in. Let's give a roundabout and a timeline of what actually happened in the case. It was at 10:45 p.m. yesterday when a fire was reported inside Jhansi Medical Hospital, where 10 infants have been died. What we do know is the fire spread in such a fast pace that it got difficult to rescue the newborn babies. We also learned that no emergency exits were there. 10 infants have been killed. Several of them have received burn injuries who are now being treated at the hospital. What we also learned is that there was an expired fire extinguisher that was there, after which we learned that it was difficult to rescue the newborn babies. Soon after, the Prime Minister tweeted in the case. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, has taken cognizance of the matter. He had ordered the officials to give him a report in 12 hours. We have Akhil joining us on the phone line. Akhil, what's the recent update in the case? What is it that you have to share when we talk about the probe so far? Has any detailed report come out, or has any arrest taken place?
Well, absolutely. If you see right now, as of now, what we are seeing that there is no FIR registered in connection with the case. Just few moments back, I confronted ADG and SSP of Jhansi as well in regard to the fire tragedy, and senior police officers, including ADG Padmaja Chauhan, dodges Republic questions. And when I asked this question similar question to the SSP Sudha Singh also, she said the inquiry is going on. And what we are witnessing that if you see, the incident took place last night around 10:30 p.m. And right now, if you see the timings, it's 6:05 p.m. right now. So it's more than 20 hours. So 20 hours have passed. But there is no accountability on the side of the district administration over here in Jhansi. So we have been constantly asking this question to the district administration as well, and as well as
apart from that, if you see the police administration as well. So there have been several lapses on part of the administration side. Yes, back to you.
Right, Akhil. As we learned that there were no security measures that were put into place, there was an expired fire extinguisher of visuals of which you were showing it to our visuals. What we also learned is that no lessons have been learned, because what is it that the authorities are taking into measure soon after this incident has happened?
Well, the local administration needs to answer this question, because if you see, this is not the first case which has happened in the recent past. We have seen several instances in the recent past. If you talk about one more incident in the month of May in Delhi, Delhi's Vivek Vihar area, a similar kind of incident took place in which 6 precious lives have been lost in the Vivek Vihar area. So if you talk about this very incident, in this incident, 10 precious lives have been lost. So administration must need to answer these questions, that why there was no clearance given on part of different SOPs which needs to be followed by the hospital management. If you see what we witnessed while we were doing our investigation, in that investigation we found out that the fire extinguishers which were put in place inside the hospital premises, some of them were not working in the NICU department as well. So it raises several questions on the part of the administration, and they need to come forward and they need to answer this, because this is not the first incident in which we have seen such kind of lapses. So the hospital administration must need to answer this question. And if you see, it is not just that the expiry of those products, those fire extinguishers have just come in the recent past or within a month or two. It was it expired approximately 4 years and 5 years back. So it raises several questions on the administration to tackle such kind of lapses on the administrative side of the hospital. Yes.
Right, Ali. Right. Stay with us, Akhil. But what I am also told is that you've confronted the ADG and the SSP of the area. Let us listen into what they have to say on the incident.
Just one simple question, ma'am. Why no FIR has been launched so far in connection with the case?
You should ask the local authorities.
Ma'am, you are a senior authority, ma'am. We have been asking this question to the senior authority as well, local authority as well. Why no FIR has been launched so far in connection with the case?
Please.
Ma'am, why no FIR has been launched so far in connection with the case? Can we just ask this question to the SSP as well? I'm going to just ask this question to Miss SSP. Why no FIR has been registered? Why there have been 0 FIR? 10, ma'am, just a second. See, ma'am, what has happened that 21, if you see what has happened, that 10 lives have been lost. Why there is no FIR so far in connection with the case?
Inquiry is going on. Inquiry is going on.
But there must be some accountability. There must be some accountability. One FIR must be registered in connection with the case, ma'am. Ma'am, just a second, ma'am. Ma'am, see, here you see, we just questioned the SSP over here, and she is not ready to answer, because what we have been seeing that almost 18 hours have passed. If you see what has happened, that the incident took place last night around 10:30 p.m. Since then, what we have been seeing that it's 6 p.m. in the evening, but no single FIR has been launched so far in connection with the case. And the UP police, I just questioned the senior officials in the Jhansi police department, and they have no answers that why not even a single FIR has been registered so far in connection with the case. With video journalist Hitesh, Akhil for Republic TV.
There you have the UP police officials shunning away the responsibility when Republic questioned them and saying that the onus lies on the local authorities. It remains to be seen when an FIR will be lodged in the case and what measures will the UP government take. But for now, we move on and shift our focus to what's happening in the national capital. Now, ladies and gentlemen, the Sanatan Board chorus is only growing louder. Today, Sanatan Nyas Foundation is hosting the much anticipated Sanatan Dharma Sansad following the enthusiastic inauguration of the Sanatan Yatra. Now, this is being held and taken the charge by spiritual Guru Devkinandan Thakur in the national capital. The Dharma Sansad is currently underway, as you see on the right of your screens. Devkinandan Thakur there, he is pressing the demand of a Sanatan Board, and remember, this comes not just in the backdrop of a Waqf board, but also to protect the rights of Hindus. Remember, we have been getting you continuous updates of what is happening in the Dharma Sansad, where the demand for a Sanatan Board in India is only growing louder. This also comes in the backdrop of several Hindus being targeted in the country of Bangladesh. There was a call for ban on ISKCON that was given. So several Hindu festivals that were targeted, Hindus in fact were targeted in Bangladesh. And hence we have a growing demand for Sanatan Board in the national capital, where it is Devkinandan Thakur, spiritual guru, taking the lead in that. Moving on to what's happening in poll-bound state of Maharashtra, where Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath's explosive vote jihad remark has set off the storm in Maharashtra. Proof to Yogi's claim, AIM-PLB's Sajjad Nomani is staring at a complaint over his alleged divisive calls to socially boycott BJP supporters and the Saffron Party's alliance. Adding to the fire, Enforcement Directorate raids are currently underway, allegedly linked to a vote jihad conspiracy. Is this strategic dharma yuddha for votes, as the BJP claims, or a narrative aimed at polarizing the electorate? Here's a detailed report.
Love jihad, land jihad, or paid card jihad.
Days after Uttar Pradesh Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath alleged the existence of vote jihad, pan card jihad and land jihad in Maharashtra,
महायुपी गठबंधन महाराष्ट्र के अंदर चुनावी समर में आपके सामने है, और दूसरी तरफ राष्ट्र की अस्मिता के साथ खिलवाड़ करने वाले महाराष्ट्र को लव जिहाद, लैंड जिहाद और पेट कार्ड जिहाद का एक नया अड्डा बनाने वाला महा अनाड़ी गठबंधन आपके सामने है.
the BJP has escalated its attack, filing an official complaint against a Muslim cleric in Maharashtra, accusing him of spreading divisive agendas. BJP leader Kirit Somaiya took to platform X, alleging that the cleric openly called for a boycott of BJP supporters. Somaiya further accused the cleric of making brazen calls for vote jihad to rally against the Saffron Party.
वो कहते हैं आप लोगों में से कुछ लोग बीजेपी को साथ दे रहे हैं, ऐसे मुसलमानों का सोशल बॉयकॉट करो, उनका हुक्का पानी बंद करो, ऐसे मुसलमानों के नाम घनश्याम दास करने चाहिए. मौलाना वोट जिहाद के लिए भी अपील करते हैं, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई करने के लिए मैंने चुनाव आयोग को विनती की है.
The BJP did not stop there, slamming the Mahavikas Aghadi for indulging in what they call blatant appeasement and vote bank politics.
ये वही लोग हैं जो गेरुआ वस्त्र पहनने वाले लोगों को कहते हैं कि आप राजनीति में मत आओ, परंतु उनके लिए इस प्रकार की घोर सांप्रदायिकता और शरिया की बातें करने वाले मुस्लिम मौलवी सांप्रदायिक नहीं है, ये सेकुलर है. तो इसका मतलब साफ है कि कांग्रेस हिंदुओं को बांटना चाहती है और दूसरी ओर वो वोट जिहाद करवाना चाहती है.
Adding fuel to the fire, the Enforcement Directorate launched pan-India raids linked to the alleged vote jihad conspiracy, intensifying the political slugfest. This comes just days after Maharashtra Deputy Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis declared the BJP's mission a dharma yudh of votes, directly countering the MVA's alleged vote jihad.
वोट जिहाद यांना असं वाटतंय की आता लोकसभेमध्ये आम्ही हे करू शकलो, विधानसभेमध्ये देखील आम्ही आमचं सरकार निवडून आणणार आणि त्यानंतर त्या सरकारला आपल्या बोटावर नाचवणार. मी तुम्हाला जागा करण्याकरता आलोय. ते जर वोट जिहाद करत असतील तर आपल्याला मतांचं धर्मयुद्ध या ठिकाणी करायचं आहे. मतांचं धर्मयुद्ध करू.
The narrative battle is getting fiercer by the day, with the BJP sharpening its attack against what they term a dangerous divisive agenda at play by the MVA.
And we have a breaking news coming in from Punjab, where continuing its relentless hunt for drones and narcotics, the vigilant BSF troops today have shot down 2 more drones with heroin consignments to its recovered stash from the border area of Taran. Despite thick foggy conditions, these recoveries could be materialized based on reliable information of BSF intelligence setup, is what we learn. So there's a big Pakistan sinister plot that the BSF has foiled in the district of Taran in Punjab, where they have shot down 2 drones. Narcotics have also been seized by the BSF in a successful recovery, is what we say, where they have foiled the Pakistan's drug smuggling bid in the state of Punjab. They have shot down 2 drones, is what we know. Heroin consignments has also been seized and recovered. What we are learning is that these recoveries could be materialized based on reliable information of the BSF intelligence setup. Shifting our focus to what's happening in the state of Manipur. Manipur is on the edge. There is unrest that's there in the state. Now, Imphal is witnessing protest after 6 hostages were found dead. Remember, they were held hostage, and yesterday and today is when their bodies were found. In a fresh development, what we learn is that BJP MLA's house was attacked by protesters. We do not know the main reason behind why his house was attacked, but what we do learn is that he is the son-in-law of Chief Minister Biren Singh. Biren Singh, who was earlier supposed to hold a meeting regarding the unrest that's continuing in the state of Manipur, has now cancelled the meeting. The MHA has taken cognizance of the incident and have rushed more security forces on the ground. We have protests erupting in the state, which is demanding answers from the government, not just from the state government, but also from the central government. Remember, all of this happened after 6 hostages were taken into custody by Kuki militants, and yesterday and today is when their bodies were found. Moving on and shifting our focus to what's happening in other states. In the state of Jharkhand, remember, a Congress MLA had promised incentive and subsidies to infiltrators. Now today, when Republic confronted him, he took a sharp U-turn, saying that it was only for those legally registered. In fact, he also went on to dismiss claims of infiltration in the state of Jharkhand, thereby calling it a fiction. So there you have a Congress leader who first promises incentives to infiltrators, then goes around taking a U-turn after facing massive backlash. And not just that, he also calls infiltration a fiction. But the point here is the Congress has completely lost the plot. Listen in to what this Congress leader had to say in his defense.
साहब, एक बयान बहुत तेजी से वायरल हुआ आपका, और उसके बाद विपक्ष आरोप लगा रहा है कि देखिए इन लोगों ने मान लिया कि हाँ घुसपैठ है।
नहीं, देखिए वो तोड़ मरोड़ कर जिस किसी ने भी पेश किया है, मगर बेसिकली पिछले 4-5 महीने से लगातार भाजपा के बड़े स्टलवार्ड्स ये घुसपैठिया की बात कर रहे हैं। तो लगातार हम लोगों ने 4 महीने से सवाल पूछा है कि आपको देश ने जिम्मेदारी दी है पिछले 11 साल से, और देश की सुरक्षा, देश के बॉर्डर्स की सुरक्षा और देश के सिटीजन्स की सुरक्षा आपकी जिम्मेदारी है। तो इसलिए अगर आपके नज़र में कोई ऐसा है देश के अंदर आए किसी भी भाग में, तो आपकी जिम्मेदारी पर दी, उनको नंगा करो, उनको आइडेंटिफाई करो, अदरवाइज जिस तरह से आप ये म्यूज़िक चला रहे हो तो इससे क्या है कि जो लोकल यहाँ के रहने वाले हैं वो हैरास फील कर रहे हैं। तो इसलिए वो तो आज तक वो बता नहीं पाए, बल्कि अपने फेलियर्स, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के फेलियर्स खुद ही बता रहे, जो जिम्मेदारी ही नहीं स्टेट गवर्नमेंट की। तो उस पर सवाल करना, उस परपक्ष में वो बात आपको सामने आई थी, मगर वो सारा चीज़ उनने बताया नहीं कि जब हमने उन पर सवाल किया है कि ये आपकी जिम्मेदारी बनती है, आप खुद ही अपने फेलियर्स लोगों के सामने बता रहे हो। अगर आप इतने ही फेलियर है तो देन यू शुड रिजाइन।
सर, ये 450 रुपए जो सिलेंडर की आपने बात की, क्या टंग ट्विस्ट था?
ये तो आप उसको टंग ट्विस्ट कही या सिलेक्टिव कोई वर्ड उसने निकाल दिया। जब हमने कहा कि हमारे नज़र में, हमारे रिकॉर्ड में सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट को ये दिया ही नहीं, तो देयरफॉर हम जो बात कर रहे हैं, हम झारखंड वासियों से बात कर रहे हैं।
Congress there completely on the back foot and seem to have losing the plot when it comes to elections in the state of Jharkhand and Maharashtra. But all eyes on the November 23rd when the results will finally be declared for these two states. But for now, it's time to slip into a very, very short break.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.
Minister Vaishnav, that the big ticket infrastructure projects which were earlier announced by the Prime Minister, was that put on the back burner by the opposition?
It's really difficult to understand what was the motivation behind Mahavikas Aghadi's actions. They kind of stood as a barrier. I don't know, I don't understand why they did so. Because all these projects are benefiting the middle class, these are benefiting the commuters in Mumbai, this is decongesting the city's traffic.
Character, the taste of success.
As the Union Civil Aviation Minister, Kinjarapu Ram Mohan Naidu is spearheading India's transformation into a global aviation powerhouse. His journey is truly remarkable. From a young MBA graduate to a dynamic parliamentarian who at the age of 26 became one of the youngest MPs in the country. His recent landslide victory in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections further solidifies his position as a leader with a promising future. Ram Mohan Naidu is a progressive voice advocating for crucial issues. Join us as we welcome this visionary leader, a young politician in his 30s, shaping India's future with passion and purpose. Ladies and gentlemen, the Union Civil Aviation Minister, Ram Mohan Naidu.
Ladies and gentlemen, finally, I get a chance to interview someone of my age. Ram Mohan Naidu is exactly of my age and the youngest minister.
Thank you so much.
And Ram, I must say this because not many, perhaps in the audience, really know what you have gone through. I want to start with the struggle, the story of Ram Mohan Naidu and how he actually came into politics. We all know that he is the youngest cabinet minister, but someone who was not destined to be a politician to begin with, someone who was in Singapore and thereafter a tragic incident in his life and he was brought into politics. Your story first.
Like you said, I went to the US for my education. I did my bachelor's and my MBA from the United States, and I came back. I was always with the idea that politics is not my cup of tea. Though my father comes from a very strong political legacy, And he has established himself as one of the tallest leaders from Andhra Pradesh and in fact in the national politics also. But for some reason, since the growing up days, it was always like politics is just up to him and I would do something of my own, probably some kind of business or something. But very unfortunate that I had to lose him at a very young age in an unfortunate road accident. And then destiny has brought me back to politics. And I was faced with that question at the time when I lost my father, that there was an opportunity in front of me. Will I be continuing his legacy or not? And at that time, it was a split decision that I've taken, that being an educated man, this is what you want to see in the country. This is what people expect to see, the change in politics where they want young people to come in. No matter if I say that it's a destiny-driven decision, I would say it is a calculated decision in the sense that I wanted to bring about the change where youth also can feel that this is an area where they can come in, where they can perform, where they can feel the purpose and they can feel that this is an area which is related to us also. And it was that small commitment that I had at that time, that small change that I wanted to believe in. And it is with that belief that I came in, and rest is history. You're seeing me as the youngest cabinet minister in the country. I think that itself shows the belief that I had at the time.
Can I then ask you, because your predecessors were of the age between 51 and 72 or 73.
I think I just screwed up the statistics a little bit. Otherwise, young in politics is probably 40, 50 also. People were considering it to be young.
Yeah, they are
now,
still
being
young.
36, I'm an outlier and I've tried to...
But when you handle the ministry, do the bureaucrats really take you seriously?
Oh, yes, they do. Yeah, they definitely do. That much I can vouch for, because they respect the position that I'm in, irrespective of the age. Like, let it be the bureaucrats that are around me, or let it be the other ministers also who are around me, who have been seeing me for the last 10 years at least. They understand the position that we are in right now, and they definitely respect me, and they definitely give value to the choices that I make or the decisions that I make. So I think the Indian political system respects the positions more than the age. It's just that there is little opportunity for people my age to come to these positions at a very young age. So if you see more and more, I think that's a good transition that the country is expecting to see.
Lest we get called as ageist, let's now get into the brass tacks of your ministry. The Prime Minister essentially spoke about the aviation growth story. And if today India's annual growth of more than 6% can be augmented, it can be through the aviation industry, and it's no longer limited to the elite class. Having said that, we still are far away, miles away from becoming an aviation global hub. How far have we reached?
There are many more things that we need to achieve, but one thing which I can proudly say is that the way that we have grown in aviation, especially in the last 10 years, and this success has been largely driven by the passion of our Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji. 2014, I'll tell you some basic numbers which gives you the comparison of the growth that we have achieved in the country. 2014, we had 74 airports in the country. And today, in just 10 years, we have doubled it up to 157 airports. And the travelers, we used to have around 10 crore, and now we have around 20 crore passengers, more than 20 crore actually. And then if you look at the aircraft fleet, we were having 400 aircrafts in 2014, and now we have more than 800 in the fleet. So we have almost doubled the numbers in just 10-year phase. And no other country in the world has seen this much growth in civil aviation. That is why I say it has been a passionately driven success by the Prime Minister that we have achieved today. And we take pride in that success. And we still believe that there is a lot more achievable things for the country to do. And, but the foundation has been laid. And one of the things that we want to target, I'll just put what we want to achieve in a couple of points. One is what you have said, we want to be a global hub for aviation. Yeah. And when we talk about global hub, we want to create our airports to be these mega airports where they can be transit airports from the whole east of the world to the west of the world. And that is something which we are strongly pursuing now that we have made our foot stronger in the aviation field. We want to achieve the aviation hubs in Delhi Airport, Bangalore Airport, Hyderabad Airport, and many of the other metropolitan city airports. And the other thing that I would take little more deeper into aviation. See, aviation, when you talk about it, you generally talk about the airports and the aircrafts. But I'm talking little more deeper in the sense about the job creation that aviation brings to the country, the opportunities that it brings other than just traveling, which is the MRO business. MRO business is something which we still have a lot of potential in. There, 95% of engine MRO still happens outside the country, so we are targeting to have it in the country itself. Now, what is a $2 billion industry? In the next 7 years, we want to make it $4 billion industry. So that is one target that we have. And the other thing is the other aspects of aviation. Just like we have the aircrafts, we have seaplanes, we have helicopters, we have drones. So how do we access the potentiality of these different sectors in aviation and try to achieve the success that India strives to achieve? So these are some of the targets that we have kept, and we are exploring all these different venues.
There's a paradox here. You have come a long way from the time of, say, for example, Modi Luft to East-West Airlines to an Indigo and several others today. But having said that, why is it that India still does not have a brand, say, for example, like an Emirates or an Etihad? Is there something still pulling us back?
No, I believe that what Indigo is trying to do or Air India is trying to do, it is trying to set its operations or its expectations according to the Indian ethos. It is first getting its operations tailor-made for the Indian customer. So what you're seeing in the Indian aviation today is what India expects, what India wants, what India desires. And when you're moving in that direction, you don't need to compare yourself with any Emirates or American Airlines or some other Qantas Airlines or all these. So we are purely looking, see, this is the strength that Modi has brought to us. That view the country, view the business from the Indian point of view. Don't just look at what the world is doing and everything. You, as a country, are strong enough to do things the way you want it. So we are also driving that spirit forward, that India, what it needs, let us take that into account. See, our whole mantra for Indian aviation today, how Modi ji says is that, Hawai chappal se Hawai jahaj ka safar. Now, हवाई चप्पल से हवाई जहाज का सफ़र तो एमिरेट्स से कैसे होगा? अपने यहाँ से एयरलाइंस को ऐसे बनाना है कि हवाई चप्पल वाले को भी अच्छा लगे कि वो जा सके. And one of the important things is to make it affordable. So these are some of the concepts that we have in mind. We are looking at the Indian market. We are looking at the Indian passenger. We are looking at the Indian consumer and then trying to develop our airlines.
But how do you do that? Because when we are a very price-conscious, society. Yes. And when you have a particular sector to a tourist area costing you more than 10,000 rupees and there is no capping to it, yes, it becomes even more difficult for anyone with a Hawaii chappal to be in an aircraft.
That is definitely a challenge here because the aviation market itself is a very sensitive market and it depends on many different aspects. And one of the major things which affects the prices is the fuel price itself, which takes a majority share of the air prices that we pay. And how do we address this? This also we have another scheme under our ministry, which is the Udan scheme, Ude Desh Ka Aam Nagrik, where we are trying to connect the unserved and underserved airports of the country. Now you know that we have created 157 airports. That is just creating the infrastructure. But the real challenge lies in how do you connect these airports. When it becomes a challenge for connecting the airports, we have brought in the Udan scheme, where we have said to the airlines that if you are not able to run in these routes, where the common man usually tries to connect to the aviation, then we are going to pay you a viability gap funding. And through the scheme, you would be surprised that we have started 600 new routes in the last 7 years since we have started this scheme. It was a hugely successful scheme. And it has become so successful now the states, the airports, the local regions, they are asking like, ab hamare bhi Udan se chala do. Ab hamare bhi Udan se chala do. Because it has become a major driver of connecting these unserved and underserved airports. We were able to bring in new routes. And one, we have brought the prices down because the viability gap funding, we are assisting the airlines through the Udan. So the airlines feel that, okay, if we don't fill in the seats, we don't need to charge the existing guy more, but we can get some support from the government also. So this is one intervention that we have done as the ministry so that the prices don't rise more than what the people expect them to be.
What are we to expect, say, for example, in the next coming few years? The Prime Minister laid a roadmap for 2047 as to achieving certain targets. What is it that you see in the near future being completed, and something that is going to be very different than what we've seen in other countries which are struggling at this point in time, particularly in the aviation industry?
See, one thing we still have is the economies of scale. India is such a growing country and it has become very aspirational. So whatever momentum we have created in Indian aviation for the last 10 years, we want to continue it. The number of airports, what we are looking at 157 today, by 2047, the Viksit Bharat 2047, we want to create it up to 350 airports. We feel that there is a potential for India to have an airport at every 150 kilometer distance. So we can reach to 350 or more than that also. That is the planning that we are doing now. On top of that, we are encouraging the airlines also to buy more airplanes and bring them into the Indian fleet. And we have the highest number of orders for any airlines in the whole world. We have 1,500 aircrafts waiting to be delivered. We have already ordered for 1,500 aircrafts. That's going to increase our number to one of the biggest in the whole world itself. On top of that, we are exploring different avenues. Like I said, if you look at helicopters, we are still lagging behind in that helicopter network. India as a country has around 260 helicopters, whereas Brazil as a country has up to 600 helicopters. And if you talk about China, maybe 800 helicopters. So we have an opportunity to capture the helicopter network. So one thing under the leadership of Modi ji we are trying to look at is to increase the helicopter network. We want to build up more heliports, especially in the regions where they feel that we want an airport because we want to fly from here. Airports is a challenging task. You need up to 600-700 acres or more than 700 acres. It is not possible in all terrains or all regions. So we want to give air connectivity there through heliports. And now another option that we are looking at is seaplanes. We have launched the seaplane. We have modified the guidelines for seaplanes. And we have just done a demo seaplane activity in Andhra and Kerala also in the previous 2 days. And there is a lot of excitement around it because, again, the seaplane connectivity gives you multiple options, unimaginable amount of options for you to land and take off. Anywhere you see a water body which is 5-meter depth and with a range of 200 meters, you can land a seaplane there. So imagine the kind of connections that you can have across the country, especially to the islands, especially to the northeast areas or difficult areas. So seaplane activity is something which we want to improve. We are taking Maldives as an example, and we want to create India also as a seaplane hub in the world. And on top of that, drones. Drones, there is an ample amount of opportunity for the government to offer its services, especially when it comes to surveillance or agriculture or construction. There are many fields where drone technology can revolutionize.
But what about the regulations, particularly with drones?
We, as the ministry, our role is majorly the regulatory role itself. So we want to, whatever aspects that, let me talk about seaplanes, let me talk about helicopters or the drones. What I'm looking at is how will I make the regulation for more players to come inside, more people to operate in this, and make the prices more affordable and give the access to the 140 crore citizens of this country. So my job is to connect all these technologies to each and every person, not make it a class-wise approach that only certain people can have access to these certain technologies. I want to take it up to each and every person of the country, make it accessible for everyone. So the regulation side which is there, I'm trying to look at the whole world itself. And one other technology that is going to be very interesting and which might kind of give us a advantage over other countries is the eVTOLs, electric vehicle takeoff and landing vehicles, where probably you'll see in the next 1.5 years in cities like Mumbai, in Delhi, where you'll have these electric vehicles. It might be unmanned also, where you're sitting in the vehicle and you're just flying 20-meter distance in a city from one place to another. It's going to revolutionize city transport. So the guidelines that are required, the regulations that are required, we as a country are looking at it right now so that when it comes out in 2026, which is the expected date, there is a smooth flow of operations. So as a regulator, I want to see that all these different mediums of transport, air transport that are there, there is a proper streamlined regulation and policy in place. So once safety is intact, security is intact, but at the same time, people have access to these technologies. I see that when I promote these kind of technologies, new technologies, or improve the infrastructure in this, there is going to be more economic activity, more job growth in the process, and overall the development of the whole aviation sector. So when that, I see that MRO business also picking up as you improve the infrastructure. So it is a chain linking activity. So the first thing I'm looking at is increase the infrastructure, increase the number of options that you have in air mode transport. So these are some things that in the next 5 years, I'll be very dedicatedly looking upon.
Recently, with the ministerial level talks that were actually taking place, the Asia Pacific ministerial meetings that have taken, the conference that have taken place, you've had a declaration that was adopted. The declaration, many would say, puts across the roadmap. What do you think perhaps changes the entire scenario, the entire aviation industry, with India playing a major role in the Asia-Pacific region?
We were very proud to host the second Asia-Pacific Ministerial Conference. And one of the takeaways, and especially because it was happening in India, we had to give a certain idea about what India is about through the conference also. So two things we wanted to highlight. We obviously discussed upon the subjects that I've touched before, but two things we highlighted in the conference, because it was an international conference, we wanted them also to feel what India was looking at. So one thing is we wanted to see more women in aviation. And this, you'd be very surprised to know, the average number of pilots, women pilots across the world, the global average number is 5%. The Indian average number is 15%. Would you believe that? We are leading the numbers in women pilots or women workforce in aviation. So we wanted to showcase that to all the international countries, and we were telling them, boss, we need more women in aviation. We have to make it more convenient, more accessible, more women should come into the workforce. So we have, in the Delhi Declaration, we have put in a clause saying that, okay, we have to collectively think in the future so that we can see more women come into this. And the second point we stressed upon is the sustainable aviation fuel. And believe me when I say this, this is going to be a problem that the whole world is going to look at tomorrow. We need sustainable skies. We need greener skies, and one of the 3%, I think it's 2 to 3%, the gases emission is being done by the air travel today. So that is an area of concern for us also, and India wants to lead in that space. So sustainable aviation fuel is one of the solutions for having greener skies for aviation. And right now, we are on the verge of devising the technologies that create the sustainable aviation fuel, SAF, what it is called. So SAF is something which India wants to be ahead of the curve. India wants to lead the whole world in how do you create SAF more efficiently and more in an affordable price also. So these two are the major things that we are looking at so that India can lead what the future challenges are going to be and create a way or direction for the whole world to follow us.
Well, what is it that the world never believed that India could really achieve, particularly in the aviation industry? Is there something that during these conversations that you've had with people outside, what is it that they say that is perhaps a model to be adopted even outside?
No, definitely how we have managed to create so many airports. That was very surprising for all of them. When I shared this same figure of 74 to 157, they were all gasping. They were like, India having so many airports, then yes, it is believable. It is already there in front of us. And that is how we are aiming for 350 more airports also. The way in the last 10 years, it's not that it's an unimaginable number. It is the speed at which we have done. 10 years, I'm telling you, no other country has reached this kind of numbers. So when we say that in the last 10 years, we were able to create 70 airports and we have increased the capacity also. So that takes them, and the number of aircraft orders also that we have given. 1,500 aircrafts, no other country has given. So they see the potential of growth of aviation in the country, not just the one we have seen in the last 10 years, but what they are going to see in the next 10 years. And definitely when we have said that more women need to come in, and we have proved it by the statistics also, that also they were kind of feeling happy about India that we are leading them in the front in women aviation also.
Do you believe there would be a time that perhaps India could have something like what Dubai has, what Doha has? Can that be the hub that you want?
Absolutely, absolutely. And if you talk about Doha, Qatar, the Kuwait, or especially Dubai, the statistics show that they are all running because of India only today. They get connected to India, they are taking passengers from here and connecting them through the rest of the world. That is how they are making their airports viable. Their airports are running because of Indians. Now, if you have those kind of connectivity from India itself, if you offer those kind of facilities on our Indian airports itself, and you create the hub and spoke model within the country itself, then definitely you can have Dubai in India itself. You can have another Gulf kind of airport in India itself. But it is a time-taking process. It's not as easy as I'm talking on the mic itself that I want to create a hub here. It takes some time because there are many things which need to combinedly do, and it's not just the matter of Ministry of Civil Aviation and their officers and everybody coming together. We need support from Ministry of Home Affairs. We need support from Ministry of External Affairs. We need support from Ministry of Tourism. So there are many aspects that come into play when I say that I want to create a world-class hub, aviation hub in the country. So it is a work in progress. And we recently had one meeting with the Prime Minister also where he reviews each departments. We had a review, and his primary priority was also that we need our own aviation hub in the future itself. So it is a priority point, and we are collectively working towards it.
Well, I'm asking you this question, Ram, because I couldn't ask him for a very long time, and I was pursuing him. Unfortunately, he didn't. So today I'll ask him this question because this matters to a lot of us. Mind-boggling number of bomb hoax calls came in the last several weeks. Perhaps it, instilled some sort of a fear among a lot of air travelers. Was there a larger conspiracy at play? Even if you say that there could be isolated incidents, but the numbers were mind-boggling. Is there a larger pattern?
No, I wouldn't, first of all, I wouldn't comment on that directly because the investigation is still going on. And two things about that is that, one, you will be relieved that they've stopped right now. We are not having the...
You found the culprit?
It's not about finding the culprit. It was like those 10, 15 days, there was continuous series of threats happening on the social media or through calls of various mediums, but they have suddenly stopped for whatever reason. And whatever has happened, whatever threats we got at that time, there is a serious investigation going on. So until we really pinpointedly find out that this person or this XYZ is behind this, I don't want to comment on this at this point of time. It would be too early to do that. But the other thing, like you've said, there were certain probably some worry among the passengers, but what we have observed, because I was thoroughly following up all the details and statistics and all, surprisingly, the number of passengers were the same and there was no cut down in any of the passengers. Could be for various reasons. I'm not defending myself here, but I'm saying that...
But some thought that this could be because of the growth in the aviation industry. Yes. Was this to target or tarnish the image of the growing, burgeoning aviation industry in India? Was that also a target? Can that be ruled out?
Like I said, I don't want to comment on it, but if you feel that that is the cause, I'm telling you that it's not.
You're not denying it.
No,
You're not denying it. You're still giving me the headline.
If there is a hypothetical situation, like let us say, out of all the 1,000 different possibilities, if one possibility becomes what you say, that situation is never going to come that they can bog us down and say that because of these threats, we are going to target the Indian aviation. Today, we are a very aspirational country. We are a very strong country. We believe in what we are collectively as a whole country. So these kind of things, we are going to take them as a challenge. We are going to fight them. We are going to head-on fight them and go ahead. But like I said, nothing has come to a standstill. We have improved our security at the airports by 10%. We have increased the surveillance. And we have increased the convenience also, so that we have effectively, how do you deal the security aspect when you get these kind of hoax calls? So we have invented some of the procedures that we have so that we can actively target these kind of situations. So ultimately, we came out better only.
One final question is, one cannot let you go without asking politics, and that too from your state. We've seen the number of visits that you have made recently. Many would say that the way you've targeted your political opponents in the state of Andhra Pradesh, we've seen the Tirupati issue that happened. Do you believe that this is becoming a revenge politics in the state of Andhra Pradesh? We saw that what Jagan Mohan Reddy did. Is this revenge politics?
We don't believe in revenge politics, and this was our mantra for the last 5 years also, when there was strong vindictive politics in the state itself. And we believe we have come to power in a historic majority. The mandate itself is so surprising that nobody would believe that in Indian politics you would achieve this kind of victory. I'll give you a simple statistics, 175 MLA seats. Andhra went for elections in 24. 175 assembly seats we have fought together as NDA against another party. We have won 164. 93% strike rate. Nowhere in the country you have achieved this kind of results. And we believe the kind of revenge politics the previous government in Andhra did against us was the reason people believed in us and they voted us into power. Why would we make the same mistake? It was never our belief that we should go after them or we should do revenge politics. We are purely committed in the development of Andhra Pradesh, and that is what you will see. You look at how Chandrababu Naidu ji is working, you look at how I am working, or you look at how NDA is working or TDP is working.
You will deliver Amaravati.
Definitely we will deliver Amaravati, and right in the budget session itself, the NDA government has sanctioned 15,000 crores for Amaravati. That was our priority, not revenge politics. How are we going to deal with the opposition in the state? That was kept at the back burner. We were straight away thinking about how do we build our brand Andhra Pradesh, how do we build our capital, how do we build our Polavaram project, how do we bring more ports, more airports, more job creation, how do we do speed of doing business. This is the mantra that Andhra is following now. You would have all heard about ease of doing business, but if you look at Chandrababu Naidu ji, he is not talking about ease of doing business. Everyone is into ease of doing business. He said, I want speed of doing business now. I want to do business so much that there will be a lot of job creation in the state. So we are very progressive, very development-oriented government right now in the state of Andhra Pradesh. But when you talk about some of the issues, it might look political or revenge. But we are placing the facts in front of the people. We don't want to hide anything. Now we have to, whatever the truth is, the people have to know. So let it be Tirupati issue or some other issue. If there is a fact, we will put it in front of the people and we will let them decide. But our whole idea and our whole priority is to develop the state, and through the development of the state, move the country forward.
Well, thank you very much, Ram, for joining us on this session. And thank you for putting it out so clearly, and all the very best with your innings. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Pleasure to be here.
$13,000 placements last year. At Amity, we are committed to nurturing passionate, hardworking and proactive professionals.